Welcome to the Out There channel, live stream 451. It's windy here. A lot of pollen in the air. I'm loving. Messing up the sinuses. I'm hiding. I'm searching. I'm loving. The music. I'm finding love. Can you hear me?
Let the weight control your body.
Hello.
So it was written.
I'll check it after the music finishes. Follow me, people. Where's all your subs? Where's all the truth seekers? Where's all the nutcases? Oh, I know where they are. There's plenty of nutcases in ufology. What happened there? Good to be back, is it? Alright. Is it loud enough? Seems not as loud. Not as loud. Why not? Is it just my imagination? Let me just see.
Yes, my name is Ken.
No, it's as loud as that. Doesn't seem it though. That's the problem with the USB mics, really. They don't have dB boost on them like the regular mics. Maybe because they're digital. Maybe because they're Chinese and don't like decent drivers. Yeah, so I don't know if anyone's going to be joining us. So say zero watching. Well, I'll just carry on. We can't really trust the stats either, can we? Hello. Good to be back. Who's out there? And welcome to the Out There channel. Live. I've got a bit to go over probably. 451. UFO vids, aliens, and Mr. Horn. Update. Yes, so after I finished that long string, it was quite a good one actually, about Michael Horn, and how he wouldn't play ball, and also talked about the so-called debunker of everything, Mr. Scoff. Seems to be taken after Phil Class. Yeah, so you know, there's debunkers and there's debunkers. You can't just debunk everything with crazy stuff. You can either do a good debunk or you can do a crap debunk, or a good exposing people, or not a good exposing. And of course, all he was pushing his books. Bye bye bye. Bye 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 means bye bye bye. Like goodbye. Not interested. It's either free or it's not in this field. That's how it should be. and let people decide to crowdfund you or donate. I don't know what to do about these stats here. They're just stupid. Google need to fix that, because it was working perfectly fine once. Seems that they keep breaking things, don't they? It just pisses me off, tell the truth. So yeah, I didn't really get much sleep. We got a big windy storm here. Well, just windy, 100-mile-an-hour winds. You might be able to hear it in the background. It's whistling through the windows and trying to rip off the roof. But that's what we get in the Canterbury Plains here. The wind just can come across the slipstream, and it can either be hot or it can be cold, depending on which direction it is. So we might get it off the icy caps of the Alps, or we get it from the hot winds on the middle of Australia. This comes straight across. It's like being in a big hairdryer. But the winds do ruin it, I guess. And especially if you get a summer day and the hot winds at the same time. It just dries you out. And makes it impossible to sleep too. And I suppose it's going to get to that stage before long. And suffer that for 3 months, and then it come good again. Climate change, they reckon? Nah, it's the same pretty much every year from what I'm seeing. There's too much nonsense in this world. Let's see, what do we get up first? So, let's bring up my Twitter. Is that the one? That one. Yep. I think I've only got this header, my old header that I made. What's this? We've got someone else messaging me. Perhaps I should have a read of that one first off air, just in case it doesn't interfere with our show here. Alright, it's only Team YouTube asking me how well they did. Well, they suck. So that's alright. They suck mad. I just think they're just a bunch of Indians that do cut and paste, don't they? And they have to have good feedback. But they are getting better. You can't. They're like. They don't have any power. It's a bit of a shame they're not people that actually can make influence. From what I'm seeing, anyway. So obviously, my subs haven't changed since the last talked. Which doesn't make sense because the other ones go up. So I questioned them about the subs. As you can see here, within where is it? There. From 1 week from that down to that, people just don't go backwards normally. You might lose 1 or maybe 2 subs a month, but you always go forward. You don't change that radically in a few days. Anyway, I heard from Michael Horn, and you can see he's blocked me. You can no longer reply because you can see it removes the box. And if you click on his name, obviously, let's see, I think hasn't it got right click? No, it doesn't allow you to click his name, you see, which is damn stupid. But if you go and click on his name, it says you're blocked. But anyway, it was before he actually watched my live show. Where was the last comment? Last comment was how great he was. So this is where he sort of said I was delusional, when he's the one that's actually delusional and thinks he's the supreme being of planet Earth. Yes, I do debunk other scientists, I said. Scientists can be wrong too. And some people... that should be lie. It's got some other thing on. Boyd Bushman must have had a mental problem because of his Kmart alien doll photo and false claims on magnets. As many have repeated the experiment claims of his. So his experiment claims, if you haven't seen my old documentary about him, is to force two magnets together and drop it from a very high tower and drop a regular magnet with the same weight, mass. They won't land at the same time, which is nonsense. They do. Because he's saying the two repelling forces of the magnets somehow alters their weight, which it doesn't. It will interacts with the Earth's magnetic field, slows it down. So straight away he's into my disabilities. My disability is actually my immune system attacks my eyes and sometimes makes it hard to see through a fog of debris. It's like looking through net curtains. But I'm on these immune pills which then have cleared up my eyes a fair bit. It's dulled down my immune system. Even though we've got a crazy virus loose in the world. So yeah, that could kill me because my immune system's weaker. But they say a less active immune system is actually better for the corona, so who knows. Something doesn't sound right with the whole thing. So you have disabilities, perhaps you are also on meds, so straight away he's trying to say I'm a bit mental because I'm on drugs. I don't know, but your tone with me is inappropriate and disrespectful. Well, we went through all my comments, they weren't disrespectful. I just told him to do the questionnaire and follow my instructions. So this is a problem with people that seem to be up themselves and think they're the best, they're the only teacher out there, that we're the students and he's the teacher and you should follow his lead. So straight away, as I said last time, he converted my public questionnaire, which was the reason for doing it, is so it couldn't be changed. That people couldn't change the answers without people noticing. And they converted it into a direct message straight here with all the answers, which is not what I wanted it, and he had to follow the instructions. Just like everybody has to follow instructions in the workforce, procedures and rules. This guy obviously doesn't like procedures and rules. Well, actually he does. He wants to do debates, but you're not allowed to call him names. He won't do a debate unless you agree not to call him a name. And other rules, of course. But yeah, but when we put rules back on him that he's got to follow, he doesn't want to comply. I took the initiative to contact you simply because you're supposedly interested in the truth. Well, he didn't know anything about me, right? I'm not sure how he found me. Obviously, he forgot about who I was. I gave him lots of videos to look at from Skywatcher UFO video and analysed my theories and other stuff. What was the other stuff? Nostradamus documentary I did, talking about predictions, because he's always pushing the Billy Meyer predictions, and some other stuff, but he never bothered looking, even if they were only 5 or 10 minutes long. It's because I could see from the Google stats that he didn't. Normally you do watch the videos. We watch their videos on Millie and all that before we go into a debate, so it's fresh in our minds. Interested in truth. Also took my valuable time to give you text answers, which I never waste my time on, to information that you could have gotten from... Yeah, so he's a lazy bastard. He doesn't want to answer your questions your way, when you can just read up on his blog about him. And that's not the purpose of my interview, because he wanted me to interview him. He's got to follow my rules. And he's got to show that he's not lazy and he's willing to put the time into this debate, else it's a waste of time. So who we got watching? Anybody? No. His time is valuable, is it? Why does he make like Bill Gates $100 a minute that he doesn't have to pick up $100 bill? Is he making that much from the Billy Meyer nonsense? In all our communication, a few things are clear. You want to present yourself and your experiences. No. I wanted them to understand that I had the skills and science background and technical background, and also had my own personal experiences. Means that you can't hook wink me with bullshit. That's what I wanted him to understand. He doesn't know who he's taking on here, obviously, and he still doesn't. Present yourself and your experience beyond that you wish to diminish the single authority of the Billy Meyer contacts. Well, Billy Meyer is absolutely hoax, and if anyone out there doesn't believe that, then they've got a mental issue. And or they got a low IQ that they're not able to see someone dangling a piece of model on a bit of string over a tree. So many red flags on my stuff, it's just absolutely laughable. Still ongoing for almost 80 years. 80 years of bullshit. And this is why ufology is damaged, and it's still going to go on. These cults, sometimes taking a pill and going to sleep with their boots on would be a good thing. So then there's less noise that we have to deal with. So you send me... Well, obviously Billy Meyer based most of his stuff on the previous people accounts. You could see that. And of course all the aliens have the same clothing and hairstyles and makeup of the 1960s or 70s or 50s or whatever he took it from. It was so obvious, and of course they're perfect looking human beings, which apparently were on TV shows saying, they were stolen, replaced photographs of the originals. What a load of crap. That's what you call damage control and bait and switch. I can't say how angry it makes me that this bullshit is. So you send me videos of some kind of utter useless phenomenon, etc. So he reckons the alien grey over the water was some utter useless phenomenon. That just shows me he's a mental. because that's the best video footage I've ever come across. And if it's hoaxed, it's damn well better than anything Billy Meyer ever did. I'm not in the least interested in your experiences. So how about that, guys? You only have to be interested in his and Billy Meyer's. He's not interested in if you had experiences that could back up his claims, as well as diminish his claims, and claims which, like everybody else, are anecdotal and therefore not important to anyone but you. Wow. Isn't that saying something, isn't it? This is a guy that's meant to be really into the topic. Not interested in any new UFO experiences, or if you've got photograph of you hugging an alien, well, Billy Myers in constant contact with aliens hasn't got a single picture of him hugging an alien or having a bonk of an alien because they're hot Swedish chicks or whatever they're meant to be. Well, American chicks in this case. At the time, I have pointed you in the direction of where you can find all the evidence. I don't need to be pointed in the direction. It finds me. People come to me. The aliens come to me. The paranormal comes to me. And that's what drives me to find out what it all is, what it all connects to. The arrogance of this guy is just unbelievable. So yeah, I guess eventually Billy might be sacking this guy because he's ineffective. I'm quite used to people bad-mouthing me. Well, he bad-mouths himself. I just have to read out what he just said here. And Billy Meyer, especially if we don't jump through their silly hopes. You want new videos, etc. Yes! If he's in contact with the aliens, he can get HD footage and it solves the whole problem. Same with Dr. Greer. He can set up all the video cameras with stereo cameras so you know exactly how big it is, how far away it is, and just C5 them down and bingo, we don't need the government to disclose anymore because it's out in the open and we can do that anytime we like. You frauds are so obvious, and the gullible people out there, again, it's got to be an IQ thing, that's all I can say. IQ, or they're on drugs or something, because you don't truly understand what you're looking at in Meyer's abundance of hoax videos, unpresented evidence, even the previous unseen, historic, unpresented Room Lake, which I debunked. I really debunked it even before you contact me, you stupid fool. I said that was easy to fake, even with the Polaroids. See, this guy just didn't know who he was mucking around with. Also, I used email for my communication, not Messenger, where I have to look through a whole bunch of fractured messages to find out what the person is trying to say. What the hell is he talking about? Individual emails are all going to be all over the place, unless you keep adding to it with the CC option, which you can turn off, of course. That doesn't make any sense. Direct messages are in the flow of the talk from the last one. This is what we're doing now. So I'm not sure what that means. Why, I'm the world's leading authority on UFOs. Talk about being up yourself, mate. You know zero about UFOs, zero about aliens, but you're 100% or 1,000% bullshitter. And obviously some religious cult. It's a religion that's obviously the people following you. As you can see, I freely give up my time to people who may only a few dozen people. So I was willing to give this guy a chance to see whether he had been hookwinked by Billy Meyer and could actually see his own personal experiences, sightings that he had, are way more interesting and may probably be more legit than Billy Meyer's. So, this guy is just too far gone. Dementia. Even though he can write fairly good English here, that's all he does. These people are good with the English and language, right? But they're no good with the science, and obviously he doesn't know that a lot of us know how to do illusions and magic tricks, and we can see through hoaxes when they use similar type of technology. However, my generosity and singular expertise isn't valued and respected. Well, you haven't got any expertise apart from English, mate. And just speaking and plugging all your web links, posting your web links everywhere. I can see why Mick West blocked you on his website. You just were probably a disturbance. I highly suggest you can still learn from the best here. Or even the name, the Fly Blog, sounds like a load of shit, doesn't it? Load of fly poo all over the screen. The fly, they fly. What an idiot. Anyway, I said I'm on diabetes mess and methotrexate that make me sick. No drugs. Zero weed. Hate drugs. I live with daily pain. Overtaken pain meds. No, I talk like myself, not like a drug dealer or druggie. A Kiwi who don't suffer fools. I speak my mind and call a spade a spade. I was very fair and didn't disrespect you, but you failed basic tests with me to see if it was worth debating, if you would listen or have a open mind. So I say you still could learn from me, not the other way around, right? Time for bed, 6 a.m. And that was after I finished that last stream, and this message popped up. And whatever your medical situation is, it is no excuse for your absolute ridiculous arrogance and ignorance about the real facts. Well, we just put it all out there, mate. People can read what went down. I was extremely professional and laid it all out and was going to do it properly, scientifically, as well as publicly, but you weren't interested. You want to hide it still. You are a legend in your own mind. I'm a Kiwi legend, mate, and stay tuned, because I'm not going away. As the case for virtually everyone of the absolutely unqualified. Well, I got 2 degrees. I asked him what degrees he's got. He's got 0. He's got 0, mate. You've had 80 years to go and do a PhD and you haven't done it. And you got all that money and you could have funded it all. You know what? I worked first. I went from school, worked, paid my way through university and got my 2 degrees. Not many people do that. UFO researchers, investigations, experts, etc. Have a nice day. So you can see why this guy just makes people angry. And then I said to him, whatever, dude, but some of us are on the right path to truth. And you could have joined me instead of BS loop you are stuck in. Learn to listen and follow instructions is the first step in life. I did, and I do to help. I do want to help you, and again, I'm not like the other UFO channels. I just want to know why you can't see. There's a typo. The obvious when should When should fraud and see the obvious? When should fraud and we have UFOs? I'm not sure what I missed out there, but it probably was late. Oh yeah, it was at 6, wasn't it? Yeah, closer to 7 by then. So yeah, I was really tired. Just want to know why you can't see the obvious. What was I going to say there though? And see fraud? I don't know. And we know UFOs and aliens are real, but Billy is not, man. Get over him. Be you. Set yourself free. So yeah, he's like a emotional prisoner for Billy Meyer. Create a fund to save Michael Horn from the cult. Anyway, never want to hear from that guy again, or even look at Billy Meyer crap again. He had his opportunity there, and he blew it. We could have had a decent debate, but he would have been destroyed. Because he just hasn't got the skills. If you ever see, any time he's on an interview, he tries to take over, and it doesn't answer the questions, as we saw on the last live show. So that's it. Goodbye, Mr. Horn. Enjoy your sex cult. Your yearly trips over. It's like, reminds me of Epstein, really. Didn't they have people going to his little island, or fantasy island? Alright, Scott. See you later, bud. You're such a fucking asshole. There you go. First time I swore in live. Scott from Oz is brain dead. Scumbag Aussie. How many Aussies does it take to screw in a light bulb? Eh? None. They get the wife to do it. Because they're too stupid. See you later, buddy. Come here and say that. I'll give you English, mate. I'll stick a pole right up your bum. I hate you. I hate you people in ufology. You dirty little scumbags out there. They like their little sex cults. Like to follow their little tigers that like to hoax videos. They like to follow little Billy Boy. I'm pretty sure my English is pretty clear now, isn't it? So anyway, let's get back to UFO videos. And anyone that wants to troll me, go ahead. Because I'm in the mood. Asshole. What assholes out there. Australians are the dumbest shit on the planet. Give them a chance to tell their stories and they still don't come on here. It's probably that guy that joined my Discord, is it? Talking about Egyptians. I don't know. But it's funny how when I was working in Australia, all the Australians were jealous of my skills. My stats and work performance stats were at least 3 times better than theirs, and they just couldn't keep up with me. Put them to shame. That's why I was a contractor on 3 times the amount of money there. So yeah. So, who do we start with? Do we start with this guy here that's trying to tell us debris floating from flyers is elementals? So, he wanted me to look at this video, right? Almost want to refund him back his money there. Because so I look at anybody's video, don't need to be paid. The pink smoke. The remarkable discovery of seeing soot in the sky. So let's go for it. Okay, we've got a zoom in of a still or something here. What do you think it's going to be? Well, it looks like a blob. Hey? What do you think it is? On his 1080p video, you know, it's not even using burst mode for the highest quality pictures. Because these people don't know what they're using. So, yeah, there could be anything in it. Probably a bit of plastic blag that flew up half burnt from a house fire or something like that. Okay, let's keep on going. Now he's filming these over fires. And what you get with fires, you get smoke, you get debris that floats up with the flames, you get birds, you get bugs. That looks like birds or bugs flying together there. Let's have a look. It looks like birds actually. I can see the wings flapping. Probably 2 ducks, I'd say. Could be ducks. Let's see if they got long necks. Bit hard to see. Okay, what have we got next? Looks like a duck again, maybe a bird. Now we're getting roll and shutter effect happening here and motion blur. And you can see the quality's just not up to scratch here, even on 1080p, 60 frames a second. Okay. So there's something not right here with the camera or the editing. So what's happening here is either it's roll and shutter, or it's roll and shutter with motion blur, or it's some strange artifact from him converting it through the editor. So you're getting the blurry wings, and it's being stretched with roll and shutter. So instead of getting a single wing, you're getting a bird that's been stretched. That's what we're seeing here. Could it be a dragonfly even? Let's see. Let's see. I think it's a bird, not an insect. But it just shows you the roll and shutter can change the image to make it look strange. See how it sort of stutters along? That's not 60 frames a second. Come on. That's every 1 second. So he's mucked around with it in the editor here. You can see it flapping the wings here, which you don't get with bugs, of course. Bugs have a different flying technique. So let's keep on going then. Alright. Okay. So we've got to be dealing with rolling shutter as well as motion blur here. So it could be a bird, bug, or debris floating down so far. Again, it's just not good enough quality to identify whether it's a burnt leaf, because when you have fires, it's going to burn the branches and leaves, and they're going to become paper light because all the moisture out of it's gone. And if a tree breaks down, that stuff all sort of crumbles and it shoots upwards with the flames and goes up quite high, you know, a couple of miles in the atmosphere, then it slowly drifts back down again. Okay, what do we got here? Okay, this is obviously a smoke. You can see it's smoke. A smoke ring, people might call it, but it's like a smoke cloud that's forming rings and gradually dissolving. Yay, smoke ring. That's as good as Billy Meyer shit. So he hasn't done that. And you can see that's not 60 frames a second. This is called being mucking around with. If you're going to slow it down and say it's one frame every 10 seconds, then you should have that on the screen so people know. It's amazing what black smoke rings can do. But obviously it's like a load of carbon in the air. And it's not going to dissolve and disappear unless it gets into smaller particles. But obviously it's going to have some charge to it, right? It's going to be a charge where it's actually attracting the other particles. So it's sort of staying more clumped together, but we don't know how long that clip lasts long. It may have been around for 1 second before it dispersed here. So it's all misleading editing. Just show us the original videos, not the edited. We can slow it down ourselves. So where are we going now? Look, you can see here it's slowed down. And now we're going to get real speed. Okay, no, it's going to muck around with the speed. You play original first, and then you slow it down. Hey Jeffster, how's it going? Yeah, the last person calls me to say the F word, saying my English wasn't good enough. Well, he didn't live in all the countries I have. Not as a kid. But these guys are no match against my science and my experiences. They tried to belittle me. I don't know what group they belong to, but I don't take lightly to Australians telling a Kiwi that the English is no good. When you listen to an Australian male, they sound like a real dork. So what's this one here? Looks like maybe an insect. I think we can see roller shutter there with the classic rod effect on it. Right. So that's why even 60 frames a second won't get us to see what's really there, because it's moving so fast that the CMOS is not able to process what it really looks like. So kind of looks like that one could be an insect this time, like a white winged moth that's escaping the flames of the fires, and obviously that's two stretched versions of the insect. So we're seeing where the wings are straight, and then it's going to curve its wings downwards by the looks of it there, but we're only seeing it in one frame here where it's sort of stretched, and you can see it's still stretched. It's definitely an insect. It's probably going to be a white-winged moth or something like that. You probably have to look up the location. Obviously it's the California fires, isn't it? That guy that was spouting about elementals and stupid stuff on the side, we'll just go over it anyway. I don't know how anyone can believe all that crap. They obviously go to Billy Myers' cult or Contact in the Desert, that's all I can say. They're the sort of people we don't want in ufology. But for some reason they seem to have lots of money. Maybe there's a lot of people that buy into that crap, I don't know. Australia. Oh no, it's not Australia, it's California. White moth, let's see. Well, they've got so many trees and with different climate over there. It's a fairly big landmass, isn't it? They got palm trees, so it looks kind of like this one here, doesn't it? Caught on camera. California, 197 found. I suppose these fires would have killed off some of the population though. Yeah, so they got quite a lot of insect life there. But the video is so poor, there's no way. See, it'd probably be that one there. I don't think it's this one. The wings are too big. Looks like that one there. Sort of glides along. Another one here. Although that says caterpillar moth. So that's what it looks like, a caterpillar. It's quite a strange looking caterpillar. But yeah, if you get a good enough still photograph, we could probably identify a lot of those things in the video. I just came in. Let's see, I'll just zoom in. I just came in. It's worth following him into the rabbit hole. Yeah, Maya. All these people that believe in energy beings and claiming this is because of the Earth's lined up with the moon at the moment and it's sending energy down to California. What a bunch of cobblers, you know. I'm not sure if you read his chat down the side when he was asking me to look at it. I wasn't trying to be offensive at the time. I wanted to try and get away. I looked at it quickly, but when I read all his crap on the side after and asked the guys on the Discord what they thought of it, it was pretty clear, you know, that I was correct in my initial analysis of it. So what have we got here? Here's another bug. Alright. Let's see. Can we identify the next one? Looks like a moth or butterfly or something. Where is it? Where is it? You can see the different roll and shutter. Roll and shutter. And there was something here too. Here we go. That looks like an admiral butterfly, doesn't it? All blurry. It's got the orange and black and white in the ring. Oh, look, butterfly. No, it's an alien. You can see it's a butterfly. It's even got the right shape for the wings. If you take away motion blur, wonder if we can step it. Or has he paused it? I think he's paused it. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. Come on, move it. Right, there we go. It's going to be what do you call it? Monarch butterfly. Very common in California. Yeah, it's one of those. Excuse me. You don't need to really have to prove that, though. You can see it's a small butterfly flying around, trying to find others to fly with, probably. And you got to remember, these ones have been seen at what was it, 20,000 feet up near plane level, jet plane. And there's certain times a year that you see more of them when they're migrating. I can't remember what it was. June, September. Yeah, September. Yeah, I was supposed to look it up. Again. Monarch butterfly migration, California. I think it's July, August, and September by memory. Let's see, does it tell us how and where to see the great monarch butterfly 3 days ago? And of course, these are current videos filming now, and it's September. Down 99%. Aha! So that's why we only see one. Maybe the last fires have wiped out a few. And all that smoke going up the atmosphere can't be good for them. And there was a lot of thick smoke. They may got lost their way, got too far out over sea when they come back down and of course drowned. So yeah, the fires could have a big impact. Daily correspondence, September. Now let's see, migration, we wanted migration months. Monarch can travel between 5 and 100 miles a day. Wow. But if it gets drifted off with the smoke, loses, gets caught up in the heat from the smoke from below and drifts off over sea, gets too far out, it's had it. Especially when it's near California coast. Come on. What is the season? They are laid from March to April. Mexico. Life cycle. Okay, let's have a look. So if they're laid then, when do they hatch? Oh, here we go. July, August, some movement south. There you go. July, October, yes, south in the fall and north in spring. Migrates, yes. So we're in the right period for the migration. Texas. And of course you get these on weather maps as well. They look like an artificial cloud. There's so many of them normally. But this is talking more about Florida and stuff, not California side of things. Let's type in California. They do they're over there as well, obviously, because we just seen it in the research results. California. Okay, what's it say here? Migration monarchs begin appearing along the coast in October. Well, it's close to October. It's September. There are also over 300 overwhelming sites from the south. We just looked at the south map. What months do butterflies come out in California? Every year from October through early March. There you go. So, I think we got that one solved. Okay, that wasn't fair, but his description puts himself in a funny pink smoke. So that one's debunked. Bugs and maybe a bit of plastic from a house fire. Or garbage in the forest, you know. All those helium balloons that people use at parties always land in the ocean or fires. Forests, I mean, not fires. So what have we got next? Much the same, I think. Except for we're higher up now, and you can start to see what looks like grass, dried out burnt grass. Kind of looks like a horn. Could even be bits of insect, you know, fairly large insect skeleton frames that are burnt and drifted up. But that looks like a bit of top of a branch or maybe a leaf, and that's what's left of the frame. Pink smoke. Well, that looked really black. Black smoke, what I called it, rather than pink smoke. Where's the pink come through? Oh, right, because of the sunset, wasn't it? He said. Okay, it's just obviously, you know, they have like long grass over there. You can see it dries out once the moisture's out. It just floats up with all the smoke. I've gone and clicked it. I knew I'd do that. Yeah, back down again. Yeah, just more debris going up with the hot air currents. Of course, it's going to be paper thin, isn't it? There you go, look. So what's that? Obviously it's going to be like an oak tree leaf that's been burnt. What kind of trees do they have? Should find out. Types of trees. Types of trees in California. It's probably going to be hundreds. But I remember, wasn't there like 1,000 oaks, one of the locations? So it tells us there's oak trees. Native trees. Southern California. gum, cypress, but we're on the whole list. What kind of trees are common in LA? Here we go. Mexican palm, 100 feet. Date palm, farm palm, orange trees, angels, trumpets, whatever that is. It's got to be more than that. Got to be a lot more than that. Okay, that must be the trumpets, is it? That one. Trees, quite a lot of them. So we probably could use something like this for, see if we can identify the burnt ones. Yeah, it'd be a big job, but you can see here, if you burnt a lot of this sort of stuff and it's floated up, it's going to look really crazy. Something like that. And cactuses. What's those ones? Yeah. See, there they got these long ones here with the fluffy ones. They're going to float up pretty good. Burnt. Leaving comments. I think there's also oak trees there. I think they're looking at the native ones. Oak trees. California. Let's have a look. Looks like it. Although it's very confusing. California native oaks. Okay, I've got native oaks and it looks the same as what we got here in New Zealand. Exactly the same. Got the leaf structures here. I didn't realise they were so varied in the leaf structures though. That's quite interesting. But yeah, they're normally a bit like that. Like that. But let's have a look at the video going. Some of them look like oak leaves to me. And that looked like a burnt leaf. Here comes another burnt leaf of some kind. Look at it. You can see it tumbling. You can see the spine of the leaf there. Look. And that one hasn't fully burnt too. Look, you can see the waxy white underline. That's stupid. It really is stupid putting up videos like this unless you're going to say what it really is. And then they came from the sea. From the sea. Looks like it's all smoky land underneath to me, mate. Some of your elements remind me of whatever this thing is doing. You mean broken leaves floating in hot air currents? Hey Michael, how's it going? You come to look at some silly UFO videos or critter videos, as these ones are called, or elementals. We're just trying to suss out what plants it is that's burnt and floating around. Now, you've heard stories of fish falling from the sky, where you had water spouts suck up fish from the ocean, then they might appear thousands of miles away and fall down into the desert or whatever, you know. Happens. What are you going to call those? Aliens from ocean UFO. So, look, slowing it down again. Oh, here comes a piece of grass. Look at that, interesting. Another piece of grass. And that one's a bit more burnt. What's next? I saw a white bit then. I think that was insect. Here we go. No. What have we got? It was just too far away to see. But obviously bits of grass again, right? Sometimes it looks like birds gliding, but when they get up close you can see the twigs or two strands of grass or whatever. Here we go. Is it a leaf, that one? There you go, that's where it's coming from, all those flames down there. Have they got music on it?
Wings? What on earth are you flapping your wings for? It's like remarkable. I'm like, are you playing with me? And the Americans say, are you being serious?
No, mate, we're not playing with you. God forbid. So he's saying they're flapping the wings. You can see it's a piece of grass that's spinning in the air currents. There's a snake. I don't know, so many idiots in ufology. And they just have to be offended, I'm afraid. I just had enough today. So the old civil me is out the window today. Well, they are claiming these as UFOs. Actually, alien critters. You know, you've heard about rods. Now, I was always a bit skeptical about rods, that it was camera artifact because of the frame rate. Insects can fly faster than our technology can process a single frame, and that's what's happening here as well in some of the images, especially the insects. But they're saying these are moving really quickly, but you'd be surprised, you know, little bits of grass are going to move through the air pretty quickly with a drone, with the propellers spinning around, and hot air currents. So now they're over sea, so this is where his sea comment comes in. Okay, so what's happened here? It looks like he's zoomed in, is he? Is he trying to say he's zoomed in? So to me, those white bits look like tops of ocean waves. Nothing too mysterious there. So did I miss something? What am I meant to be seeing? Ocean wave. Waves going along, you know, waves move a long way. As they're moving in, they're moving sideways, and you get the little caps. Makes me wonder if these people go to the beach or not and study wildlife. You can see it's caps. And you can see it getting bigger, sliding along, moving forward. Eventually it will tumble down. That's crazy. Crazy stuff. Okay, let's get to the next one. What's he going to say on this one?
Bubble that he's not going to destroy this earth with water again. He's going to destroy it with fire. Makes me very, very worried.
Sounds religious type Billy Meyer person.
There are obviously, now that we are seeing some very different, unique, magical elements, there could be some.
So is this in Australia or California? Because Australia do have all very similar. Does that sound like a
Bible theories, and let's talk about climate change.
Oh, that must be Scott from Oz that was insulting me. This must be Scott. Let's see how good his English is.
It's really bothering me. You know, I've flown to so many fires. I'm seeing the world on fire, Greece on fire, America on fire, heat waves. I think the realism is we're just going to have
the American foreigner in America. I don't know. His English is no worse than mine.
Climate change. And it's going to get hot and we're going to have more fires. But this is...
Bollocks to climate change. Climate change is a swindle. Climate always changes, that's why we have seasons. Climate always changes over centuries, that's why we have cycles. That's why we have a sun that spins around and has different sunspots. Climate change is a conspiracy to steal tax money from people and try and reduce the amount of meat being produced. Because there are nut jobs out there, especially in California.
Where my main concern is. What are going to be the first creatures in our nature
so we've
that
got
are
a bit
going to
of
disappear
smoke
from
trail
all
there.
of these bushfires, grass fires, veld fires, jungle fires, is going to be our insects. And after our insects is then going to be our birds. Our climate change is going to eradicate our insects and our birds first.
Alright, so let's just go back over that. He's saying climate change is going to kill the birds. But if you go back in 1,000 years, how many species die a year? And this is going back, obviously, when they started researching. Let's see what comes up. Judging from the fossil record, the baseline extinction rate is about one species every 1 million species per year. Per every 1 million species per year. What's that mean? That seems like double Dutch to me. Scientists are racing. How many species go extinct every day? Okay, here we go. 150. And when was that studied? How many species go extinct every minute? Well, we just had it. 100,000, about one every 5 minutes. There you go, guys. So it just makes you wonder how many creatures we got in the world. If that's so, how many's dying, and how many new ones are being formed. I suppose it's the survival of the fittest, really, isn't it? Let's see. That's quite a lot of things going extinct. So, how many species of insect in the world? Numbers of insects. In the world, some 900,000 different kinds of living insects are known. 900,000. And we're losing 150 a day. So let's calculate that out. So obviously there's going to be some we don't know about. Okay, this divided by 150 every day. How many days we got left? 6,000 days. Divided by how many days in a year? Let's see when all our insects disappear. As long as we keep bees and moths and butterflies, I think we'll be alright because they pollinate the food. But by then I think we'll have nanobots floating around. Divided by, what is it, 352 days, is it? I'll find out. Or was it 65? 365. I should know this.
16 years before they all disappear. Is that correct? Days in a year. It's 365, isn't it? Days in a year. We'll just get Google to do it anyway. It's 365. There you go. And there's no argument then. So 16 years for all the insects to disappear. Do you think that's possible? What do you reckon? I think maybe it's a wee bit far-fetched. If you think climate change isn't real, you're buying into one of the big lie conspiracies. Every person claiming other than your opinion is a liar. That would equal greater than 95% are liars. Yes, if you bother doing proper research like I do, you'll see that a lot of the scientists have cherry-picked their results. There's a lot of dishonesty in climate change. You've heard about people, PhD students doing the studies, and they're saying that the professors and the government are cherry-picking their results and changing what the conclusion was. But we're not going to talk about climate change here because it's a FUBAR subject on Google. We're not actually allowed to tell the truth about it because people might actually do their own fact-checking. And of course, there's a lot of scientists, PhDs out there, disagree with the mandate, right? And I didn't say climate change is fictitious. I said climate change always happens. And we can't control it, regardless of what we do. Man can only control pollution. As the Dyson Sphere scientist has said so many times on air. He said that you can't control climate, you can only control plastics and waste, which is what we should be focusing on. Shouldn't care about growing meat patties and steaks and the amount of farting that cows do. This is absolutely nonsense. Also, comparing it to a glass house with how the cycling works is totally wrong too. If you could find the interview from the PhD student that Red Elephants had on, he's also got a book on it talking about the conspiracy, how they changed his results, and also we're wrong about how the temperature builds up in the atmosphere. So yeah, like I said, I'm not going to talk about it because Google and all that, all people want to censor you and not have actual say on it. So we should be worried about pollution. We shouldn't worry about trying to figure out climate until another 1,000 years when we've got enough data collected on air currents, sunspots, and all that. Yes, that's why there's a lot of corruption in it, a lot of money in climate change. That's what it's all about, carbon credits, right? And if a factory is allowed to buy the carbon credits of another factory, they do so in America to get around the rules or whatever it was, you know. In New Zealand, where they also suffer from the bullshit mainstream reporting of all this sort of stuff. So 16 years or our species will be wiped out? No, I don't think so. So I'm not too sure how they're working out how many species are dying. That sounds like made up numbers to me anyway. Let's have a quick read of that. Maybe I misread it. 900,000. Different kinds of living insects. Oh, right, different kinds. So we can multiply this up a bit. This represents about 80% of the world's species. So how many, if it's 900,000, then you got to multiply it how many of the insects there are then. So that's 16 years multiplied. By how many insects there are. Well, no, hang on, though, we're talking about species. 150 species are claiming to die, so no, that's correct. So it is 16 years. Conservative estimates suggest that this figure is 2 million, but estimates exceed 30 billion. What's this one? Most authorities agree that there are more insect species that have not been described, named by science, than there are insect species that have been. So some say it's 2 million, so that put it up to 3 times 16. But then some say 30 million. Oh, actually million. We're talking about million here. So let's see. Got to add another couple of zeros on the end. So we're talking about many, many years in the future. Then in that case, 16,000 years to wipe out the whole species of insects. Is that, if that's right? 16 years times 1,000. So yeah, and that's a lot of damn insects in the world, isn't there? Even dying at 150 a day. And a new one's going to be invented in 16,000 years, probably. Ones that can withstand extreme temperatures, obviously. If you believe the climate's going to get hotter. But it actually works like a balance. If it gets too hot, and then next time it's going to be showers and floods and all that sort of stuff, and then it equals out again. Anyway, this is meant to be this stupid UFO video. Like I said, if you want to get into politics, I'm willing to debate it, but this is a UFO channel. And I talk to a lot of clever people about climate and all sorts of things. So don't tell me that I'm buying into anything. I'm not. I always stand in the middle and look at the argument both sides. And I see a lot of corruption, especially from America. And, you know, they sort of have free trade deals and they influence our country too. Now, I'm not saying I'm super clever, but I've got mates that have got IQs up on Mensa level. You know, 150 IQ. I've known lots of clever people. Okay, this looks like one of those seed pods, doesn't it? The helicopter ones. What do you call them again? But it could be a bird with the wing coming down.
Frontal of these elements.
Elementals. It could be a piece of grass. What has he done? Seems to zoom in there.
Insects is then going to be our birds. Our climate change is going to eradicate our insects and our birds first. And that is what concerns me about these elements all interacting with these species of our planet.
So he just cherry-picked something here. Instead of showing us the video of what he was once going to zoom in.
I've lost the plot, but the truth of the matter is no.
Seems to me that he's pushing climate change here.
Of this empty void.
Even the facts about forest fires is totally wrong. You know, people have pointed it out that fiddling the stats and all that sort of stuff. It's just disgusting, really. The propaganda, lies, politics.
And this was the element.
there would have been fires even back in dinosaur days, lightning strike, there would have been massive fires, and there would have been a lot of smoke from that too, which would have changed the climate. If you look at my theory, which I forgot to talk about with Robert, what we're seeing now is the on effect of C19 on the climate. We have normally 15,000 planes flying around in the sky, and when we shut down for almost a year, there was only a handful of planes that were flying around. All those planes create contrails, like this haziness, but also thick clouds, especially over main where the airports are. Clouds from contrails. All that reflects all the heat of the sun back out into space, right? This is just applying common sense. All these build up over the day, all the 15,000 planes flying in and out. That's going to reflect a lot of heat back into space. Now, if you live in New Zealand, of the land of the long cloud, as it's called, when we have the long cloud, it's freezing here. As soon as a gap in the clouds and the sun beams through into, say, your lounge and you're in a chair, you can instantly feel like 3 degrees hotter. It's just amazing how much heat is being bounced back out into space. Now, what's happened this year? 2020, they shut down all the planes. 2021, we end up with all floods. What's that tell you? That we can impact the climate just by closing down all the jets. And what's happened is we get extreme weather, They had extreme heat because there weren't none of these artificial clouds reducing it. And the extreme heat caused more evaporation, which then led to lots of rain in areas that doesn't normally have lots of rain, causing floods. And you can see it's all relative, But that's what my theory is. The 2020 climate issues are related to all the closed down because of all the lack of cars on the road was another thing, and all the planes. Here's the fly, isn't it?
That really came in and had a super inquisitive look, and he wanted to dig right in and have a look at the drone. And
so it's over some blowfly. I was looking at the drone thinking, what the hell is that?
I've never seen anything like this element. They shapeshift exactly the same.
Element. So he's not saying it's
getting
a bug.
himself into position, but that face, it is a dark void. Black.
This guy's a nut job and he believes in climate change. There you go.
Matter.
Sorry, mate. I don't think we should waste any more time on this channel.
Perfectly round so he can get a perfectly good look. And then when he wants to
Shape-shifting.
scoot off, and he scoots.
The shape-shifting is called camera artifact, mate. And learn how to understand roll and shutter, motion blur, and a whole host of other things. Go and watch some of my camera artifact videos and start there. There's also a thing called black sun when you shine your camera into the sun. There's a firmware bug that actually turns the sun into a black disk. There's all sorts of crazy things you get with cameras. And that looks like, again, a bug, debris. I don't think there's anything really interesting here at all. Skyfish. Again, we know it's due to roll and shutter.
I know all my ex-girlfriends are going like, what on earth is going on with that boy? But yeah.
And your missus got ex-girlfriends. There you go. Insects, flies, is it? And you can see motion blur, really good motion blur. You can see how much they can stretch across the sensor lens even in that one, couldn't you? If you paused it, if you can pause it quick enough, you can see how stretched they're getting. The rads, no, they're just normal flies. Fruit flies. Look at how long that one is. Look at how long those ones are. Even with the highest technology we got today, that's still one of the main problems with cameras. That's why you got to use burst mode. Then you will see them as flying insects then. Hey, TV, how's it going? What happened with Michael Horn? Oh, you have to watch all my stuff, wouldn't you? I don't know. I tried to do a professional setup. You know, he wanted to do an interview, and I said, well, before we do that, I'll do a text-based public one on Twitter to see if he could follow instructions and get to know him first, because he's always pushing Billy Meyer. But we first of all have to understand Michael Horn's motives, right? We've got to understand the man to see whether he had his own personal sightings and why he got involved with the Billy Meyer group. So yeah, I sort of tried to formulate something where we could just keep asking him questions and then use that as a base for the face-to-face interview. But he wasn't willing to follow my lead. He wanted to do his own lead on that. Flying snakes. Yes, there are some flying snakes, and they come from the sea, don't they? There's a lot of strange stuff, especially in the sea, cryptids, I suppose. But that's not what we're seeing here. This is camera artifacts. Yeah, there are some crazy flying fish and flying snakies. There's flying fish, and they're quite big. Can swim and jump out the water. Makes you wonder, is that where birds evolved from? You know, did they start off as fish? Obviously they did. Flying snake. Less pictures of that. But yeah, they fly from tree to tree. Watch out, there's a snake jumping across trees. But I don't think you get that in Australia though, do you? South Asia, China, India. But I think there's also some sea ones, isn't there? We never know what's in the sea. We're only sort of explored 5% of it, right? So if you've got something that's flying in the air and water, that could confuse a few people if they've never seen it before. They think it was alien, I suppose. But then again, how much in the sea could be alien? Who knows? You'd have to get every species of stuff in the sea. Of course, those species, also 150 species, was that relating just insects? I can't remember now. Maybe that relates to all species, which means fish as well, doesn't it? And animals. And of course that number's going to be bigger. But yeah, how many species of fish are there? That's a good question. since this guy's raised up all these issues on a UFO channel. It's gone to... It's not giving us the answer because we've got to put more on the world. Here we go. There are more than 35,000 identified and described fish species in the world. More than 3,000 fish species are threatened with extinction. So how many species of fish go extinct? Well, I suppose humans will protect fish better because they're a food source, and humans don't really like eating insects. Go extinct. Every year. Okay, that'll do. Does it say? Estimated 80 fish species have gone extinct. That's not really much, is it? Out of 35,000 compared to insects. So the other one is quite bigger. I suppose it's a bit hard to set the ocean on fire compared to where insects live, right? So forest fire is more dangerous than living in the sea, obviously. But then man's the threat there. Pollution. And obviously it's plastic. They talk about plastic beads in the sea. So that's what we need to clean up on. That's what we need to be focusing on first, is plastics. And also looking at batteries. Better batteries, longer lasting batteries, so they don't get thrown out. But also to get away from oil. So maybe electric cars are really the future, but will they be flying cars before long? I reckon they will be. And of course you can then put up solar panels and a wind turbine, and you probably could charge up your car at night time, right? I think we've got a few people or friends in New Zealand that are doing that at the moment. And even my dad's thinking about spending $20,000 on an electric car now, and doing the same. So I think if everybody in the world did that, rather than get the government to force us with taxes and things, what they could do is the government could be helping us to buy, invest more into these solar cells and wind turbines for backyards, and reduce the price of these electric cars. That's what they could be doing, right? But I still think a lot of it's driven by oil in the world, right? So, still a lot of corruption there, Now, he had another one here that looked really strange. It looked like a skeleton, floating skeleton. Whereabouts was it now? I was going to go through every video, but they're all pretty much the same, right? Camera artifacts, smoke, debris, bugs, plastic. Where was the other one he had? Was it on that one? The Falcon. Let's see, what was that one? That one there, I think. That's one we looked at first that had me sort of confused to start with. I think. Let's have a look. This one here. So he put me onto this one, knowing, not understanding what was going on. And I was going to try and identify this one because it was quite interesting. Here we go. Like you can see it drifting up with the air currents. And it sort of changes shape. Now, obviously it's not smoke ring this time. Okay. Kind of looks like a critter, like a shell of a critter. But I think what we're looking at there is again, plant material, and we're seeing part of the leaf structure, you know, maybe from a palm or something like that. And we're seeing the ribs, which take longer to burn, and the leafy part's gone. And we're not sure how big this is. It might only be a little tiny skeleton of a leaf, right, which is going to be super light. And if it gets blown up in a big blaze, you know, some of those flames go up to 30, 50 feet, isn't it? Could throw that way up in the air where the drone is flying, right, quite easily. How high forest fire flames? I'm pretty sure I've seen it even try and get helicopters if they got too low down. Let's see. The average surface fire on a forest floor might have flames reaching 1 meter in height, so that's on the ground. They can reach temperatures up to 800 Cs. Oh, that's pretty low, isn't it? It only takes 100 Cs to boil water. Under extreme conditions, a fire can give up off 10,000 watts or more per liter of fire. So you know what a 3-bar heater is, that's 3 kilowatts, and it's quite hot. So that's 3 times hotter than that. What's the tallest flame ever? Okay. We want forest, tree forests. How many are man-made? No. We've seen it on news reports anyway, and they're quite damn high. And it moves quite fast through the forest too, if you get a wind. Height. I suppose it also depends on the tree. If you've got like a eucalyptus type tree, which has got a lot of oil in it, tree oil, that could be very explosive. I'm not sure if you ever tried to flame grill steak like I do with spray oil, but that makes a really good flamethrower. Height of fire, a tree fire. I don't know. Here we go. No. Tree is 63 meters. Tree fire. I would have thought it would have been easy to find it. How tall, maybe? No. Maybe it's in there. Wildfires. PDF, yeah. Lightning strikes over 100,000 times a day. So that's going to cause a few fires, isn't it? Why is wildfire smoke bad for me? Yeah, well, CO2, soot in the lungs, especially with the hot embers. And of course, there's a lot of toxics that come off from wood, you know, formaldehyde, isn't it? What temperatures? I'm trying to find flame heights. Someone out there will know it on the side chat anyway, probably. I don't think it would be that hard to find it. if we can see it. So you can see here, someone's lit one here on a pile of wood, and you can see it's at least the same height as the wood. So if a tree's 63 meters, going by that, a flame could be 63 meters, couldn't it? Using logical science there. What determines the height of the flame? Well, there we go. Obviously, that's one of the questions, isn't it? Depends on the amount of air controlled, which in turn is proportional to the fuel heat. So the fuel being the wood, and also how much oxygen. Estimated fire flame height. Maybe it's not an easy question. Okay, so tall flames 60 meters. Let's see what happens. 50 meters out will do. Fire. Let's come up with that. Drone footage of 50-meter high flames near power plants. Oh, there you go. Let's have a look at that one. Nope, there you go. That's Facebook, it's censorship. 50-meter tall statue. No. Now let's try higher. 80 meters. See what comes up. Oh, here we go. 80 meters. And we got forest fires. All tank fires. So 80 meters is possible. It's probably going to go higher. What's that say there? High volume. No. But look at this one here with the whirlwind. That just sucks the flames right up. That's got to be at least 100 meters there, isn't it? Or more. Look at that flame just being sucked up there. So if those trees are, say, 60 meters, that flame's got to be massive. 60, maybe half a kilometer upwards there, wasn't it? Let's see if that comes up. There you go. Let's see, what's it say? So I can see how the debris would go way up in the atmosphere in those pictures that we're looking at. Wow. And they're talking about 10,000 degrees Celsius, was it? And those 10,000 kilowatts, wasn't it? Well, there's obviously the top of the tree here. That's 63 meters, so you can see it's really just the height of the tree generally, but that's pretty damn high up. And unless you get one of those whirlwinds that sucks it right up in the atmosphere. But anyway, all the stuff from this channel here. So what are we looking at here is the question. We need some different angles at it. And they're saying it's critters and stuff, right? Elementals or... Okay, we got some grass. Burnt grass, smoke. Is that smoke or bird or what? That looks like a bird with the wings flipping. With long exposure. Well, slow shutter or what they call rolling shutter. Because 60 frames a second is not good enough. Okay, so what are we looking at here? Looks like an angry face there with the eye. Now, could that be a burnt insect that's just sort of drifting up with the wind? I suppose it's possible. But I still think it might be the outer shell of a leaf structure here. It's got some symmetry, but it could be a butterfly. But then again, the wings look too thick, if that's the case. Still think it's going to be some plant debris here. And as it's got close to the drone, it seemed to be pushed upwards by the looks of it. And there's mucking around with some crazy filters or something. Yeah, so yeah, I think we can be done with the pink smoke as a non-serious channel, unless you want to see all the different pretty things that smoke and fires produce. So I got some science things here about the moon. He was blabbing on about the moon plasma. He said the moon is plasma, and that's not exactly true. So I wanted to correct that information too. What you can see, what it's saying here though on the moon, how the moon was created. What's the moon made of? Composite of the moon is a bit of a mystery, although we know a lot about what the surface of the moon is made of. Scientists can only guess what the internal composition of the moon is. And like the Earth, the moon has layers, and innermost layer is the lunar core. Although they think there may be hollow parts in the core. It only accounts for about 20% of the diameter of the moon. I think it's mostly silicate, isn't it? Silicon, and that's what gets it the grey colour. What does it say? Composed of minerals. Olivine, orthoproxene. What names? What's that talking about there? I believe that the mantle of the moon is largely composed of minerals. So we have to look up what they mean. But it's not saying they're plasma, is it? So what's all these words mean? Sodium, calcium, chromium, and titanium. And that's what it looks like. Which obviously comes through asteroid and meteorite impacts, right? So obviously when it hits, it's going to create a lot of energy, and it's going to create a lot of turn it into plasma. First of all, you need to know what plasma is, of course. Isn't it the fourth state of matter or something like that? Plasma. What is? Plasma is the largest part of your blood. Okay, not that kind of plasma. Human body. How is plasma? No. What is plasma? Matter, maybe. Plasma is a superheated matter. so hot that electrons are ripped away from the atoms, forming an ionized gas. It comprises over 99% of the visible universe. Plasma is often called the fourth state of matter. See, I did learn something in school, along with solid, liquid, and gas. So it's ionized because the electrons finally break away from the atom, changing its charge. And that's what they think ball lightning is, and eventually the atoms form again with electrons, gradually breaks down with the air molecules around it. So if the moon was plasma, it would be glowing, and the solar wind would be blasting it away and losing it all to deep space. You'd have to go back and read his original messages, which were sort of crazy. I think it was on that one. I just want to correct him on his belief system here. I really don't want to upset people, but yeah, I'm not sure where these guys mix and match all their different ideas from, but you can see he says a lot on the side chat, which at the time I didn't have time to read it all. And you can see straight away what they think it is. So they're after verification. Unfortunately, I'm not going to get it from me. I see, he was Australian. So that's got to be Scott from Oz, isn't it? That was insulting me before. Okay. Called Pink Smoke because he flies through fires. So, yeah. I know we could apply the same things we did for the location. White moths. Australia, because it's very much similar to California with the heat and all that. So, and migration does happen between countries. We even get Australian birds here in New Zealand. They migrate right across that sea. Let's see. Some images of moths, and of course there you go, they got the same sort of thing just to prove it. And what was the other one? Monarchs, Australia. If we got them in New Zealand, they're bound to have it in Australia. Butterfly. I didn't know they had fires going in Australia at the moment. I thought they had them under control. Mind you, they probably do yearly burn-offs, don't they, to try and make sure it's controllable. Monarch butterflies, Australia. Why is it not corrected? And they got blue ones there too. So they got the same ones, yeah. Same as in New Zealand. And when did they migrate? Or so there's a downturn in California. How about the rest of the world? So we got a map here. South Australia butterflies, Victoria. Talking about migration here. It's going to be the same thing. So. Australia. Population moves, eh? You can see the sky's full of it here, look. There's a tree covered by butterflies, monarch butterflies. Moves closer to extinction. That's where we only saw one in the video. But there's still a few there. Quite a few. Forest fires are not going to help them out though. So what we're looking at, plasma. Okay. So that was one of them. What was the other thing? How are we going for time? 2 hours already, huh? There's an important rock forming material group, magnesium rich silica. There you go. Low silica. Lunar basalt, meteorites. The outermost of the moon's surface is called crust. This layer, blah 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 blah, composed mostly of oxygen, silicon, magnesium, iron, calcium. That's why it's really flaky. Silicon, calcium. Also trace elements of titanium, uranium, potassium, and hydrogen. So yeah, he was blabbering on about. Let's see if we can find it again. So we know he's in Australia now. And he's got perfect English according to the insult. I keep telling you that the channel is called Pink Smoke, because he discovers them as he was flying. Whatever, dude. And like I said, I didn't have time to read the chat and also look at the video and try and analyze it mentally. These things can communicate. See? How does he know they can communicate? Burnt debris communicating with each other. Good stuff. This is the problem with ufology right here. What's that bullshit here? They can create matter from galaxies. Who can? They. The elementals. Move underwater before it is too late. They're coming for us. So, I think you might need to go and see a head doctor, mate, I'm afraid. None of that scientific whatsoever. Astral protection from the moon. The moon is made from plasma. Oh, no, it's not. But plasma does take a role in it. And it's to do with the magnetization of it. So when an impact happens, it gets very hot. And as we know, it's got a lot of iron ore and meteorites. Silicon I mean, and gets very hot, molten, creates plasma, which then forms magnetic field. Lunar dynamo and lunar crust. So yeah, what else did he say? Oh, did I close it down? He was saying something about astral projection from the moon. We originate from the moon. Moon entities. We come from the moon, do we? There are only a few times this window opens for us. 2 hours out of a hole. It's just talking nonsense, isn't he? But we go over The actual, all the terms he's got there. So yeah, that's a good one there. Universe Today, telling how the moon's made up. So we'll just add that to the side list. Moon, core and crust makeup. And how do they know that? Well, they brought back samples, of course, and spectro analysis. As you know, elements give off different light waves when it's heated. Blah blah blah. What was this one? Oh, that was talking about the charges of the moon and how it gets magnetized. And you can see people, or scientists, do look at it in pretty much a lot of detail there. Okay, so that's talking about plasma charge. So how would that relate to aliens being on the moon? Or in his case, talking about astral projection and crazy stuff. We've got to deal with the real facts here, real science, and just follow the evidence, right? I don't know where they get all that stuff from. Who's feeding it to them? You know, who's making all that up? You know, is it another like an Eric Dubay guy who hasn't even got a science degree? And the moon and beyond. As I mentioned above, the moon has no dense atmosphere. It is known, however, that there is a lunar atmosphere, though it's very tenuous, which contains alkaline minerals such as sodium and potassium. The fact was discovered by optical observation from the ground in the 1980s. Another significant achievement by MAPS is the mass analysis of ions generated in the thin lunar atmosphere or its surface, which was performed from lunar orbit for the first time. Figure 3 shows the mass distribution of ions, which we just looked on the previous chart, I guess. This is another layout. So that's talking about the same thing, really. Presence for oxygen, carbon, helium, ions. It's possible that ions originate on the wind, solar wind. Yep. Okay. So I don't know, it's just some more information from that location up there, JP. And there's nothing there about it being a plasma body with creatures living on it. In fact, it probably sounds like it's a very hostile place to live. If anything, it'll be underground. You know, aliens are not going to build domes on top and drive around in buggies so they can be spotted by amateurs with telescopes in the backyard. It's not going to happen. Aliens wouldn't be that stupid anyway. And of course, the little light flashes. I think there has been a mystery going back hundreds of years on the light flashes. But as you know, meteorites impact cause a plasma burst, and you get all the light flashes. we don't see all the meteorites that enter in the atmosphere here, but they light up the atmosphere here on Earth. If they hit the ground with all the energy, if there was no atmosphere like the moon, of course it's going to cause flashes of light still from the heat, from the impact. Also, it could be that there's an iron core that gets compressed with gravity, as it's moving around Earth. And of course that causes charge from piezoelectric effect and causes a flash. Saying that's alien activity is just nonsense. There's other explanations that come first before we go down that road. So yeah, I'm gonna get rid of that crap. Where does the moon come from? Actually, this is really good. The transcript here, talking about all the theories, how the moon was created. It's best to listen to the radio broadcast here. I'm not sure if it's safe to play it though. I think it goes on a fair distance. A fair time, I mean. 23 minutes.
And we both thought it was a pretty great question. So why do you think it's a great question?
Well, when you look at our moon, it is a big mysterious object. It's hanging out, and it's not an asteroid that, like so many of the other moons in our solar system are. It's not just a big potato-shaped thing that was captured and held in place.
Yeah, so she's tripping over her tongue in English as well. But yeah, one of the theories I heard was that an asteroid crashed into the side of the Earth, and a big chunk of Earth got pushed out into space and formed the moon in the early stages of the Earth and the moon being formed. And that's why they're sort of gravity locked. And I guess really you have to see what's in the core of the moon to see how much it relates to a chunk of the Earth being taken out. But then again, wouldn't the Earth have a chunk missing out? No, not necessarily. If it's still sort of like molten on the surface of the Earth and something hit it, and then that gap would fill in again, wouldn't it? And then slowly cool down over millions of years probably. And of course, where's all the water come from? Or probably from other impacts, right? All those frozen blocks of ice, comets and all that. Meteorites probably have it, gradually builds up the water layer. Where did the impacts come from and all that? Well, we don't know. There's a lot more questions than answers how the solar system and universe was formed. We still don't know what life is. We still don't know what the universe is. We'll post a link there. Go and have a listen to it anyway. And they have I think one of the theories about being a chunk, and they also talk about the problems of it being a chunk out of the Earth, I think, as well. So where did the moon come from? A lot of people said it was artificial, but clearly it's not, is it? Where does moon come from? So, not to break copyright there, just go and listen to that podcast there for 20 minutes. I think, let's see, what's one of the theories? Chunk of Earth formed the moon. And obviously, it's synchronized. So we always see one side of the moon facing us. So astronauts find 4 billion year old chunk of Earth on. Let's have a look at that one. On the moon. So how did that get there? So that's probably got to be part of how the moon was formed. What was it? Is the moon a chunk of the Earth? And let's see. What is mostly widely accepted today is the giant impact theory. It proposes that the moon formed during a collision between the Earth and another small planet about the size of Mars. The debris from this impact collected in an orbit around Earth to form the moon. And if that didn't happen, there wouldn't be life today, I guess. So, this other planet that crashed into it, did it seed the Earth as well? And there still could be life on the moon, right? If it's got water underground, and it's got oxygen in the air and all that sort of stuff, wouldn't even be surprised if they find some micro life that sort of survived in deep space on the moon. Some moon cockroach, who knows? But those ones that you see on Secureteam of the bugs going down the crack, that was just leftover rocks and drilling, and the vibration of the drilling was making it bounce around, looking like they're moving around, and gradually fall down into the crack. You've probably seen that video. So you got to be careful of that. It doesn't sort of prove there is bugs on the moon, but or Mars or whatever. Was it on the moon? The rover? Oh, Mars. It must be Mars, I think. I don't think it was on the moon. Bugs on Mars. Rover drilling. Let's see what comes up. Dust from drilling. Okay, let's just go by images then. Let's see. Has it got the one we're after? Not seeing it. We've got drill holes, but it creates a lot of these little flakes that come off, and then it moves along, and then those flakes are underneath it, and it drills another hole, and of course they wobble around underneath it. It looks like there's little bugs moving around. Where is it? It's got to be around here somewhere. Yeah, probably got the wrong one. The wrong keywords, maybe. Bugs on Mars, moving under rover, maybe. Because they're not going to tell you the truth about drilling. Moving under crack. I thought it would have been easy to find. But you probably know the one I'm talking about. Have you been in ufology for a long time? Or UFOology? And what's the other word? UFOlogy. People say it wrong. Scientists find bugs that could indicate there's a hidden life on Mars. 2018. Is that one with the little circles inside the rock and the little cylinder? Is that the one? I'm pretty sure we're going to find micro life on Mars before long. With the new rover and the drilling samples they're doing. Microbes can be dormant for decades on Earth. Okay. What's that picture there? No. So there's a lot of reading. Okay. Looks like we're not going to be able to find the picture. The video that I'm wanting. Hey Dan, how's it going? I was just trying to find that Secureteam one where he talked about them being little bugs crawling underneath the rover, which are really just rocks that are vibrating with the drilling. It's amazing how many people up there got caught on that one. Let's try videos, maybe it'll come up. Glitch. No. Water on Mars. No. No, that's not it. I thought it would have been easy. Rover bugs moving under Mars bugs claim cloud damage. None of those ones. Watch insect life form walk on Mars. Now, well, let's have a look. It's a web page, is it? Oh no. Tiny humanoid. Okay, let's have a look. It's something different anyway. Okay, where's the humanoid? Okay, it looks like they're doing some drilling. Could this be the bug one? Or part of it? Drill going down. Okay, where's the humanoid? Oh. Let's speed it up. Okay, what are we looking at? Oh, right here. We got a rock. That's vibrating, is it? I thought it's paused, but let's see, mucking around. See, these are like the other one. These are actually the vibration caused, and it's making these little bits of rock move down and fall into the cracks. Exactly the same as what Tyler used, but he used a different angle. Maybe they cropped it. Maybe they cropped it there. It's very slow. Okay. Gonna drill. And some vibration happening now, is it? No, terrible. That's meant to be convincing. Well, that's similar video. That's very similar to what we're looking for anyway. Finds a new evidence 2014. Water on Mars. NASA faces contamination. That could be a problem, couldn't it? If you contaminate your test results. Say that some, obviously the rover itself uses water. If it's dripping on the ground. But anyway, I'm getting sidetracked again. So we got that one posted up. Have a listen to that though, it's quite good. What happened there? I said close tab, didn't I? Astral projection. Just a mind trip. I'm still quite interested in seeing what it's all about. The reason we're bringing it up is because of that guy's comment. Now, I can tell you I've had an out-of-body experience when I was like 12. And it scared the hell out of me. And I can say that it was like I was floating and pressed against the ceiling. And I put my hands up and I could feel the ceiling. I reckon if I went back there into the house and did fingerprint tests, my fingerprints could be on the scene to prove it actually did happen. But you never think about how would you do that, as a kid, and would the family let you do that? For some reason I just blocked it out of my mind because I didn't want it to happen again because it was so scary. And because when I pressed against the wall, it was like super light, is all I can explain. It was like you were actually still alive, but floating, and you're getting closer and closer to the ceiling, and you're sort of pressed against it, and sort of your face is sort of melding into the top ceiling panel, and you push your hand up and you flip around and you see yourself in bed. And then instantly you're back in your body and you're taking a big breath, and sort of like you've been electric shocked, how you sort of jump up in bed. So that's what happened to me. So out of body, I do believe something there because of the experience I had, but I can't explain it. Some reckon it's a mental problem, but that doesn't explain why I could actually put my hand up and feel the ceiling. And like I said, there might even be fingerprints up there that could verify that somehow you did float up there. But do you have fingerprints when you're out of body? I don't know. But these are things I think about. So, can you do astral projection? Well, I suppose you could. If you could float out your body, that means you could move around. But what happens to your regular body if it's not breathing, right? So did my heart stop, or did I go in some sort of meditation state where my heart was really slow, and I didn't need to breathe regularly? And I could leave the body for a short time and then see myself and then bounce back in. But anyway, what they're saying here, I'm pretty sure maybe some of you out there may have had same similar experience, and we'll just have a quick look at the comments anyway. Funny thing is about the connection of the Wilson papers. The astronaut, they were in his documents. His lawyer released after his death. Yeah, but the theory is that someone set it, like a draft script for a movie or a TV series based on him interacting with other scientists, because he was the one that was sort of believed in maybe there was UFOs and aliens in space, right? So maybe they wanted to create like a TV show out of it, which is actually not a bad idea. But they'd have to use his character and stuff. He probably would have had to give approval. Or maybe he wrote it himself, right? So he may have been thinking about writing a TV show where he's actually interacting with Eric Davis and all that. And just stuck it in his collection. And maybe he released a few pages of it. Because he's not around anymore to be interviewed about it, right? All that Wilson papers come out after he died. So he wasn't asked about it. why he had a big manuscript. Or even though why it would only be a few pages. Maybe it was only a sample of, maybe someone had the full thing. But yeah, if you read it, it reads like what Black Vault said. It reads like a script for, a part of a script for a TV show or movie. I think it'd be a good movie though, you know. That T comes back from space and worries him that no one's taken the UFO topic seriously, so he teams up with the scientists to try and verify alien life. I think it'd be quite a popular type movie, or even a TV show. I think I want to pick up on this too, but that is as well something for Discord. Yeah, definitely it's better to bounce stuff around on Discord first. Your out of body experience here. It's just that Dan was talking about something else there. But it's just too much crap that we have to go through, wade through. And it doesn't help if new channels are trying to get promotion and they're putting up garbage, you know. If they want to be a climate change website, be a climate change website. I'm pretty sure Google will help you promote it. More so than a UFO channel. They don't like UFO channels, they sort of suppress it. Should we be worried about species vanishing? Yeah, of course we should. Should we care about pollution? Yeah, sure we should. Should we care about how we can prevent floods and overheating? Sure we should. But you know, how many trillions of dollars and how much impact is it going to make? So are they using climate change in a reasonable manner? You know, really it should be. Why aren't they pushing out solar panels on all houses now? You know, it should be just rolling out naturally. Everybody gets one on the roof, and it should be then part of the charging system for the electric car to come. You know, it should be in stages. It should already be rolling out. You shouldn't need like a general world committee on cutting back on smoke from factories, because the Chinese are not going to honour that. The Chinese are the worst polluters. Come on. They were building a new power plant every 2 weeks, a coal power plant at that. Do you think they're going to blow trillions of dollars every year to try and clean up? They need to clean up how they are using power. It's not all hydro dams over there, although they did build a massive one, which would have cut down on them having to build so many coal-powered ones, or shut down some of them anyway. But that's the way to go. That's where the money needs to be spent. In fact, they apparently poured so much concrete to build that hydro dam in China that it changed the tilt of the Earth by so many micrometers, I think it was. I can't remember what it was now, but yeah, it was enough to change the Earth a wee bit, and the length of the day by a few microseconds or whatever. Should we be worried? Well, everything has an impact on the Earth. So all that's getting away from nuclear power, but it's also affected Earth in that way. It's quite amazing, really. Of course, it's concrete and water, of course, so not just concrete. China hydro dam. I can't remember. Was it the Three Gorges they called it, or something? Changes tilt of Earth. And someone said, well, we need to build a big mass of water and concrete down in Amazon to offset it. Chinese monster, Three Gorges, there you go, is about to slow. 2010 this was. The rotation of the Earth. Should we be worried? Is that climate change there for the better of climate change? Look how massive it is though. It's big. Evidence. Is it going to give us a precise answer? Probably not. You have to read pages and pages of it. When the water level is maximum, blah blah blah, sea level. What's this one here? I hate having to read pages and pages, but this is what we do in science, right? It's a lot of reading, lots of numbers, a lot of calculations, and repeating things. Where's the percentage for the change? So what's it saying here? Increase the length of the day by only 0.06 microseconds. So there you go. We're losing time. Anyway, I've covered that before. If that's the first time you've heard it, that's because you're new to the channel. In the 2016 blockbuster Doctor Strange, I'm not sure if I've seen that one. Among the titular superheroes' powers as the master of the mystic arts is astral projection, or the ability to separate his physical body from the spiritual one. This is done in perspectacular fashion on screen, enhanced by cutting-edge computer. Again, forgive me, my eyes are blurry. Generated effects featuring an extended fight scene between two people in the spirit form. I don't think I've seen it, but astral projection is fun and fascinating. But is it real? I know they've done remote viewing, so how does that work? It's obviously got to be some sort of like you're standing there looking, right? So does that mean that you're out of body? Who knows? Again, I haven't discounted it. Like I said, if atoms could store trillions of bits of information in energy, then these people may be able to tap into the energy and form images in their head. So, yeah. I'm not too sure how it's going to work though. Maybe there's also an energy level that's all around us, which is talking about the dark matter that surrounds us, could also store trillions of bits of information. So that might be another way it's done, which I haven't really considered, but until now when thinking about it. Matter that you can't see, but it's also got information that can transfer into your brain. Sounds quite sci-fi, but until you can prove it, might actually be a real thing. And that could be why we get spooky action at a distance, where people are thinking of something on the other side of the world and you somehow think of the same thing. That's happened with me talking to people online. So I'm not too sure if it's happened with you, but maybe there's a lot more in that, and maybe someone can do more research in that area. What else? The idea that humans can leave their bodies during dream states is ancient. between 8 and 20% of people claim to have had like an outer body, so it's quite common then. Quasi-religious meditative practice. Mine was definitely nothing like that. Mine was just normal. But I wouldn't want to try to reproduce it, because maybe you die, you know? Who knows? If you can't get back to your body, then the body dies. Like I said, it's kind of scary when you think about it. Maybe profound experience, but the fundamental problem is there's really no way to scientifically measure whether or not a person's spirit leaves or enters the body. So again, I'm calling it the wrong thing? They're saying spirit here, but really I think we should talk about a person's soul energy, maybe, or rather than calling it spirit, because it sounds religious then. Consciousness can exist outside the brain. I reckon it can, but it's not really outside the brain as such. It's like somehow you're connecting to that maybe dark matter, and that connects to a location or another person. So what they do is they write down the coordinates in an envelope, like GPS coordinates, or a picture of the location, and they stick it in an envelope, but the people never get to see it. So they stick it in a safe, and only the person that put it in there knows about it. Is not in the same room, never near them. And somehow they're able to... Some of them come up with really crazy, really accurate readings of what they're seeing. But when I've looked into it, the overall percentage they said is like they're 34% accurate, which is less than 50%. So I'm still on the border of remote viewing and all that sort of stuff. That doesn't sound like it's accurate enough. If it was like 64% accurate all the time, then that means there's more going on. If it's less than 50%, then it's not solid enough. But then you got to wonder how these people can bring up place names and draw pictures of what the person is looking at and stuff like that. It's just crazy. Either they're cheating or there's something more going on. And of course, not everybody's equal too. Only a few people can do that. And maybe it comes down to the brain cell chemistry, right, where it connects into the dark matter energy field, which they call dark energy. Okay, it's all related. All atoms being energy. So I'm not too sure much more I want to read out in there, but I'll post a link to it anyway. How's time going? I know I did start early today. I keep going until I run out of energy, probably. Astral. But I need a drink. Else I'll be accused my English is no good. Damn Australian. Piss me off. Yeah, most Australians are good people, though. But you get these books, especially online, and there's always a competition between Australians and New Zealand, as you know, especially in the sports side of things, which I'm not interested in. I'm not interested in rugby and anything like that. I don't watch it. I'm abnormal. I'd rather watch a good documentary than sport any day. That's why I do pick up a lot of stuff for that reason. A lot of people waste most of their life watching sport. And what's the other stuff? Sport and news and propaganda. That's what I call that. When you could be doing your own stuff. Reading books, reading science books. I don't do a lot of reading though, because of my eyes. But you know, if you got floaters, really annoying to read. This is why I have a little trouble on the web here. That's why I zoom in a lot, so you notice. But it is what it is, and I'm still here doing this stuff, and not many people do what I do. What really happens during an out-of-body experience? Now, these tanks are quite interesting. People go in these tanks, and apparently they get out-of-body experience. OBE, out-of-body experience, which some might also describe as dissociative episode. So that sounds scary. There's a sensation of your consciousness leaving your body. These episodes are often reported by people who've had a near-death experience. So does it mean that maybe I died when I was 12? Kind of scary. People typically experience their sense of self inside their physical body. You most likely view the real world around you from the vantage point. This is a vantage point. But during the OBE, you may feel as if you're outside yourself, looking at your body through another perspective. So that would be quite a problem, wouldn't it? If everybody could do it, you could go and spy on your neighbour, which might be a sexy hot chick, and they probably sense they're being looked at and get a creepy feeling, and they'll be accusing you of spying on them. What really goes on during the OBE? So I'm not sure how you do it scientifically. Test it. It's hard to nail down. So we read the same thing on the other one. According to accounts from people who experience them, they generally involve a feeling of floating outside your body. Yep. An altered perception of the world, such as looking down from height. Yep. Well, if you're outside your body floating, the feeling that you're looking down at yourself. Yep. Sense that's what's happening is very well real. But in my case, I could see the ceiling wallpaper up close because it had a pattern on it, and I could feel the ceiling when I put my hand up. So that's slightly a bit more than what they're saying here. OBEs typically happen without warning and usually don't last for very long. So I actually have a episode of emanation of me going out of body. I wasn't going to talk about it because some people think you're crazy, because I had actually visions of the future, warnings of the future I should say, little glimpses, Which again, I don't believe in time travel, so how could I possibly see what was going to come up in the future? So this is where I try and wrap my head around it. Was I somehow in a multi-universe where the Mandela effect happens, where you sort of get flipped between worlds? So the family that you live with, you think might be your family, and it might actually be from another world. And sometimes you realise that people seem a little bit more grumpy than usual, and then you wonder that this is the Mandela effect again, and I'm actually back into the other world again, where the people are a bit more grumpy again. So who knows? Sort of another crazy thing that I think of. So if you search for Mandela, because I think I put a Mandela effect in it, and you can find it here called Out of This World Mandela Effect, Out of Body and Dreams. So I did this video here. I'm not sure if anyone's watched it. So 14 minutes. And I have a little animation talking about that night. And that's me. That's the house. And that's where all the paranormals first started. So that's our old house. That was my bedroom here. And that was my parents' bedroom above. And then eventually we broke it up to make that self-contained up top, so we could rent it out to homestays and stuff. And you can see we've got an old solar tank on the roof, which is a really bad idea. Someone eventually took that away and used it to heat swimming pool, which was a lot better idea. They just had it up on the rack, and they turned the rack to aim towards the sun all the time. Yeah, so this event happened in here. That's where the bedroom was with the ceiling wallpaper. And also, that's where the guy that committed suicide also used to sleep later on. Anyway, I was in bed with Mum on a stormy night up there. And that's meant to be me, and that's meant to be her. And it had this stripy wallpaper just like this here on the ceiling. And I floated up to it, and you could see the bars were getting bigger and bigger. Like that. So it was getting bigger and bigger, and I was thinking, what the hell's going on here? Because there was enough moonlight coming through the window to see that. So, yeah, another emanation of it. And I could touch the ceiling and then flipped around like that. And I instantly come back down to the body. That was pretty instant. And then I jumped. Was back in bed again. And Mum next to me slapped her wrist against my chest and said, "Stop moving." So I never ever told her about that night. So it was a bit hard to get back to sleep then, and I turned onto my side and eventually drifted off again. And I don't think I looked at the ceiling ever again. That was before the internet and books on it, and so yeah, I was sort of alone in that experience I had. Now, is that why paranormal is more attracted to me now? Maybe because I went into that dimension that they possibly are in, the outer body dimension, the field, or whatever you want to call it. It's possible. So what else was I talking about here? You'd have to go and listen to it. So we did actually find a news article here which said out of body is confirmed, because they're meant to have seen a weight change. But then again, peer review said they couldn't confirm it and all that sort of stuff. And then I talk about my dreams, and I bought one of these Australian ionizers for the ear. It was damn good as well. From Dick Smith. Did a good job. But I put it one night right next to the bed, like 2 feet away, and then I started having these vivid dreams. So I'm not too sure why that would be the case, but these do give off ozone and ions. And then I started talking about the dreams I had. Talking about the ionizers to start with. With other people could try the same experiment. But the thing is, I've never put one next to my bed again. Because the vivid dreams can be disturbing. Although I still get vivid dreams and do remember stuff. But most of it's to do with the universe now, you know. I'll have dreams about the universe theory, and I'll wake up and start writing it down and bring it to you guys and see what you think of it. Maybe something sort of relaying some information to me in my sleep. So yeah. And of course I look at the theory after, when I've written it down, and think, well, that's just very interesting theory as well. And of course I get more and more of it later on, and keep expanding on the theory, of course. So yeah, that's sort of my crazy life, really. I'll put a link to it if you want to watch it. You can see it's a really old episode. Out of body and dreams that come true. Again, I was trying to apply it to science, why it would happen. One of these ionizers, but I can't find one that produced the amount of ions that one did. And then there's lots of things come out, so it was like a health and safety thing, that if it gives off too much ozone, it can damage your lungs and all this sort of stuff. So yeah, but I was in my late 20s, I think it was, back when I started getting that happening. And of course, back then we never had any paranormal until that guy, until we rented out the top of the house and the guy committed suicide. And then strange stuff started happening maybe a year after. Maybe he come back, maybe he was lost, eventually found our house again. But yeah, that's where I grew up for 40 odd years anyway. But really, nothing really happened until my sister stayed with us. I'll talk about the story, Spooky Ill anyway, if you want to go and... I won't retell it, but I'll just talk about it generally. My sister broke up from her husband and took the kids, and she found this 1-bedroom apartment meantime, with another room which was for the kids. And she started having strange haunting stuff happening, where she would get pushed on a ladder, have kids run into the bedroom, be half awake, and see them disappear, that sort of stuff. And the kids, her kids would talk about a lady touching their forehead, saying it was going to be alright, like in vintage clothing. So that's where it sort of started. And she left that flat after a while because it was a bit small, and she wanted her own place to live in after the divorce, to buy her own house and all that sort of stuff instead of renting. So she built this house that went up for sale a couple of streets away from us, and seems like maybe the paranormal had followed her, attached to her, and she started getting strange things happening where pictures were being moved, phone thrown on the floor, and electric toys turning on and spinning around in toy boxes by themselves when no one else is home. And of course that's before smartphones, so and cameras, easy to film videos type cameras. And of course they were around, but expensive at that time. But yes, this toy that had no batteries in it was flashing lights and spinning around. And when she put some batteries in it, she found it was broken anyway, and it was switched off. So how did that happen? I don't know, but that would have been an amazing thing to capture on evidence, wouldn't it? Proof that paranormal does exist. So a spooky Earl, if you look up that one there, I talk about it and show pictures, more pictures on it. That one there. That's when I first talk about it. And that's sort of what got me interested in ghost hunting, I guess. Before then it was mostly UFOs and other stuff, and not paranormal. But then I realised maybe it's all connected now. What was the other stuff? But I've had paranormal happen since I started up my UFO channel. Different kind of paranormal, more physical, more visual, and less creepy. Well, I won't say creepy. Well, if you see something, it's less creepy, but if something happened and you can't see it, it's more creepy to me. So you'd have to go through my playlist, Paul's Experiences here, which has the whole collection. So you'd have to go through there and watch all those ones. I don't want to repeat it all. And of course, Earl Grey on the spooky one talks about his paranormal experiences as well. And he's a MUFON investigator. And I said, well, some of those alien abduction cases, you're going to have to use the similar tools to paranormal research, EMF detection-based readings, EMF pods that go off when the field is broken, 3 feet near the antenna. And he didn't have any of that, so I'm pretty sure he was drawn to me for a reason, was to maybe improve his investigation toolkits and scientific view on things. So he's broken up contact with me, unfortunately, but yeah. So he doesn't tell me what he's investigating, and I can't inform him, oh, well, have you tried this? If I was doing that, I would be doing this. Whether he would do it, I don't know. I'd love to go and work with him on these cases and see if we can actually document stuff. But yeah, only in America, I guess. And of course you need money, and everything's out of your own pocket with MUFON, which won't work. To get radiation meter, to measure background radiation, they don't even get the kit, part of the kit, so you have to buy it extra. And the cheapest one I saw from China was like $100. And that has the proper tube in it. What's it called? I can't remember what the tube's called now, but it detects radiation levels, right? Which you'd need for abduction cases, for sure, you know. But I've talked about all this before. And this one here, the strange UFO deaths. Talking about people, how a lot of it's cancer and stuff like this, and of course rare cancers. And it's quite interesting as well. But maybe if you're an investigator, or you get visited by aliens, maybe there's some sort of radiation that creates these rare cancers. More likely to die from cancers and ill health. Dr. Lear got something strange too, didn't he? So that's in that episode as well. So maybe you'll be interested in that one too. Deaths. Okay, I normally just point these ones out over and over and over and again. So, but we have new people always joining and people leaving. And maybe they forget to even go back and check them. But I have got a lot of material up on my channel now. What was this one? Is it the same thing as astral projection? Okay, we'll start reading that. Ancient is also misspelt. What, my title? Whereabouts? Chemistry is magic. Oh, right, you spelt ancient wrong there. There might be typos in my descriptions. I'm not perfect. Like I said, my English has always been lacking because of my upbringing. And that's why I thought I'd never be a host on a channel. It was bad enough being a tutor in front of students and tripping over your tongue, and now I'm doing it worldwide. Okay, some people refer to outer bodies as astral projections, but there are some key differences between them. Okay, I think what I do is I just want to get the reader to read out while I get a drink on that one. I'll just get the proper reader up. And that looks like it's interesting read there. Something different than debunking, I guess, at the moment. We've still got a lot of stuff to go over with the debunks, but maybe we still can get to it. Just because this doesn't look like it's too long. Okay, let's see if we can see it, read it from there.
Is it the same thing as astral projection? Some people refer to OBEs as astral projections. But there are some key differences between the two. An astral projection usually involves an intentional effort to send your consciousness from your body. It usually refers to your consciousness traveling out of your body toward a spiritual plane or dimension. An OBE, on the other hand, is usually unplanned. And rather than traveling, your consciousness is said to simply float or hover above your physical body. OBEs, or at least the sensations of them, are largely recognized within the medical community and have been the subject of many studies. Astral projection, however, is considered to be a spiritual practice. Does anything happen physically? There's some debate over whether the sensations and perceptions associated with OBEs happen physically or as a sort of hallucinatory experience. A 2014 study tried to explore this by looking at cognitive awareness in 101 people who had survived cardiac arrest. The authors found that 13% of the participants felt a separation from their body during resuscitation. But only 7% reported an awareness of events they wouldn't have seen from their actual perspective. In addition, 2 participants reported having both visual and auditory experiences while in cardiac arrest. Only one was well enough to follow up, but he gave an accurate, detailed description of what took place for about 3 minutes of his resuscitation from cardiac arrest. Still, there's no scientific evidence to support the idea that a person's consciousness can actually travel outside the body. The study discussed above did try to test this by placing images on shelves that could only be seen from a higher vantage point.
That's a good idea.
But the majority of the cardiac arrests, including the event involving the participant, who had specific memories of his resuscitation, took place in rooms without the shelves. What can cause them? No one's sure about the exact causes of OBEs, but experts have identified several.
That sounds like a good experiment. Always put it in places where out-of-body happens, which will be a hospital. And actually do have a shelf with some stuff on there that only certain people know, that no one else can see, right? But that would give you some proof. It would give you some scientific data. Wonder what Mick West thinks of that one. Doubt he's had it out of body. He wouldn't believe in it. Be interesting to see what he would think on that stuff.
Several possible explanations. Stress or trauma.
Yeah,
A frightening, dangerous, or difficult situation can provoke a fear response, which might cause you to dissociate from the situation and feel as if you're an onlooker, watching the events taking place from somewhere outside your body.
Yeah.
According to 2017 research reviewing the experience of women in labor, OBEs during childbirth aren't unusual. The study didn't specifically link OBEs to post-traumatic stress disorder, but the authors did point out that women who had OBEs had either gone through trauma during labor or another situation not related to childbirth. This suggests that OBEs could occur as a way to cope with trauma, but more research is needed on this link. Medical conditions. Experts have...
I never had any trauma when I had the other body, so I'd discount that one. Medical, maybe. Maybe I had a heart problem.
have linked several medical and mental health conditions to OBEs, including epilepsy,
No.
migraine,
Any of that?
cardiac
No.
arrest,
Maybe.
brain injuries, depression,
Nope.
anxiety, Guillain-Barré syndrome. Dissociative
that is.
disorders, particularly depersonalization derealization disorder, can involve frequent feelings or episodes where you seem to be observing yourself from outside your body. Sleep
no,
paralysis,
it's
a
only
temporary
happened out
state
the
of
body.
waking paralysis that occurs.
I've never had it since. I've only had it that once.
Occurs during REM sleep and often involves hallucinations, has also been noted as a possible cause of OBEs. Research suggests many people who have OBEs with a near-death experience also experience sleep paralysis. In addition,
nope,
2012
that.
research suggests sleep-wake disturbances may contribute to dissociative symptoms, which can include a feeling of leaving your body.
Nope.
Medication and drugs. Some people
didn't
report
have any
having an
back in my
OBE
arm.
while under the influence of anesthesia. Other substances, including marijuana, ketamine, or hallucinogenic drugs, such as
Nope,
LSD,
none of that.
can also be a factor. Other experiences. OBEs might also be induced, intentionally or accidentally, by hypnosis or meditative trance, brain stimulation, dehydration or extreme physical activity, electric shock,
Nope.
sensory deprivation,
And
Do they pose any risks?
I
Existing research.
know people have tried all those ones though, haven't they? Drug taken, especially the Amazon one. Brain stimulation, maybe with electric shocks. Maybe they've tried that somehow to create it in experiments. Dehydration, that's a strange one. Extreme mental activity. Physical activity, I mean. That's possible. Kids running around, get really tired. But that night, I don't recall, or that day, I don't recall any of that because it was a shit day. Electric shock. Definitely didn't get any electric shocks. And sensory. And that didn't happen either. But I know do people experiment with that sort of stuff though. So my out of body's still unexplained, unless it was like near death, like I had a heart problem, which I can't rule out. But it's a bit rare to have it at 12 though, isn't it? I was fairly fit back then.
Research hasn't connected spontaneous OBEs to any serious health risks. In some cases, you might feel a bit dizzy or disoriented after.
And they said a mental problem though, didn't they? Or was that depression? Is that what they were talking about? Migraines I didn't have. Brain injury, as far as I know, there's none. Depression, maybe I suffer from some of that now. But not as a kid. Anxiety, no. I suppose depression, you could suffer it as a kid and not really think about it. Like being left out of things at school or whatever. But, yeah, I don't see why I'd have this sense of floating up and touching the ceiling.
However, OBEs and dissociation in general can cause lingering feelings of emotional distress. You might feel confused over what happened or wonder if you have a brain issue or mental health condition. You
Yep.
might also not like the sensation of an OBE and worry about it happening again.
Yep.
Some people also claim that it's possible for your consciousness to remain trapped outside of your body following an OBE, but there's no
Yep, that's
evidence
also-
to support this.
Not
Should
yet.
I see a doctor? Simply having an OBE doesn't necessarily mean you need to see your healthcare provider. You may
No.
have this experience once just before drifting off to sleep, for example, and never again. If you don't have any other symptoms, you probably don't have any reason for concern. If you feel uneasy about what happened, even if you don't have any physical or psychological conditions, there's no harm in mentioning the experience to your care provider. They may be able to help by ruling out serious conditions or offering some reassurance. It's also a good
Nowadays, they'll give you a
psychological
sh-
conditions. There's no harm.
Nowadays, they'll give you a shrink and medicine. Yeah. They probably think that you're crazy or something nowadays. But it might have been something special about the land that were on there as well. And who knows, maybe some of the family also had the same experience and never talked about it. Who knows? I know my dad's a bit like that. He's very secretive about things that have happened in his life. Dissociated identity disorder. So yeah, I'll post the link to that anyway, if you want to go over it yourself. And we'll maybe have a look at some of the UFO stuff now. Other UFO stuff. All this come about because of that guy talking about elementals. Looks like we've only got one person left watching though, unless the stats are wrong again. Puts out jumbled up letters to still form the right words. Yeah, that's really clever, those experiments too. The brain is very powerful. The human brain is very clever. I think of the article of Delphi. She was said to be high on natural gases. We didn't have any gas in our house. Almost oxygen deprivation. Possible. But my experience, still can't explain it. And the next day was fine, and never had it since. But I know it happened. Because the fact that I bounced back into bed, like electric shock, and getting whacked by Mum to keep still, because she didn't want to sleep alone that night because Dad was away, and being upstairs was kind of a bit creepy, I suppose. And since we've had a lot of hauntings since, who knows? Maybe there was paranormal even back then, and they sense it. But But all this stuff is connected, I think. Aliens, paranormal. Again, it comes into that theory and the energy levels, dark matter around us, spooky action at a distance. We got quantum theory into that as well. We just got to keep our minds open and see the connections between things. But that guy talking about astral projection, all that debris floating around, no mate, definitely not. So this is quite an interesting thing that's UFO Interest put out, so let's have a watch of it and spend the next half an hour looking at some UFO stuff, I guess. Video making the rounds. It's a MUFON case about alleged black triangle. Have I got it muted? He's probably got music. Yeah, he's got music. So, black triangle, eh? So let's have a look. So I was watching this and I was thinking, alright, let's zoom in, because this will be the normal video. Going down a highway, lightning strike. Right, some blackness on the screen. And I thought, okay, what's the red flags? Well, we got rolling shutter with lightning happening. We got a windscreen on a car, which is probably dirty. Are we looking at a bug on the window? Are we looking at maybe a raindrop of dirty water going down the screen at the same time? That we can't see it now because it's not illuminated very well. So that's what I was thinking. So I was seeing what he was going to come up with. He's slowing it down, repeating it, but it's what kind of looks like a triangle shape, doesn't it? I guess. But like all videos, you always got to look elsewhere in the picture. Again, back to Magic Illusions. So let's just go back and re-watch that. So we need to watch the original one here. But instead of focusing where the black thing starts, look elsewhere in the video to see if there's any other things that we're missing in the image. You might have to be really quick though. Sort of thing you'd do frame by frame probably. Is there any other black bits on the window, perhaps, of the car? Can you see any other black bits? And why do we only see it when the flashes happened? Now I thought I saw something down here. How about there? Do we see any? Okay, I should have cleaned my LCD screen because the little black bits in the screen are interfering with what I'm seeing. But I can't see anything there. I'll just step it frame. Can see parapole, is it? The distance. Looks like there might be something up here. It's not on my screen. Okay, there's that thing showing up now. Is there any other marks on the window? Can't see anything. Anything still? Almost looks like a moth, doesn't it? Climbing up the screen, but then it should be more visible than that for us. I've got a full screen here. Yeah, I'll just keep on playing it normal now. And see what he picks out. I didn't watch it all, but I sort of skimmed to the end to see what his conclusion was, and it was the same as what I thought. Focused on the alleged UFO, that's what I was saying. Don't just focus on the UFO. Forgetting there are other interesting details in the object, about the object. Okay, let's see what he finds. Let's take a look at this image where the lightning strike first happens. Okay. So, is there any other things in that image? Bit hard to see with that zoom level, I guess. Okay, keep on going. At least he's trying to point it out. Don't you notice anything? No, not really. Okay, a little speck up there and something there. Okay, so you must have a bigger monitor than me and seen something that I didn't. Yes, it looks like a little speck. Those ones I can't see anything in. I'll just zoom in. It could be a smudge. Couple of smudges on the window. Oh yeah, definitely something there, isn't there? That does look like a smudge as well. And what's that? Looks very similar to the black triangle bit. So yeah, there is something else on the window. But is that what we're seeing? Smudge on the screen, smudge, yep, smudge. Alleged UFO. Okay, so now smudge on one screen. There seeing it's moving with the same direction. You see the lich UFO and those smudges and those things move in the same way and disappear at exactly the same time. We confirm that the black triangle UFO is not a flying object in Brazil skies. It's just a smudge, was it? I didn't quite read it. Smudge on the windscreen, yep. So yeah, I'll give you that. Maybe you can see it better on your screens. Sometimes it's a bit hard to see, isn't it? Smudges. So who's the UFO channels? Put that one up. Third Phase. We haven't looked at them for a while, have we? We'll find out, I guess. Okay, I just mentioned this on the last live stream with Michael Horn. This is actually someone that manufactures these strange looking lights in the location where this guy used to live. And they can put orange and red dyes in, and at night time it glows with a normal light bulb. It looks identical. Well, you could actually put in a really bright spotlight inside it, and it glows just like his UFOs were in his video. So we'll just have a watch of it anyway. I suppose it might be safe. I'm not sure if this is in English. Looks like it's of a TV documentary.
Fotografías y videos de supuestos ovnis.
Yeah, it's of VHS tape, so you can see how old it is. So really bad. So they're talking about Carlos Diaz light ships, I guess. Has it got English subtitles? What's that say there? No. Great, VHS tapes. Don't you guys just miss VHS tapes? So they're interviewing about the UFO pictures, is it? And that's a TR3B one. And that's not the camera DS ones. Now this one apparently, that one there is another fake. The guy used to have little buttons. He used to throw it up on the skylight of the roof. And yeah, he shouldn't just move the camera around. It looks like little UFOs. And that one there, especially, you can see it's a light reflection in the skylight. Oh. Okay, so talking about these coloured light bulbs. And I guess he remembers making, is that Carlos? What's that say there? Making these lamps for someone. And UFO hoaxer. It's amazing what these guys can do. Blow down a long pipe. And you can see he's got some sort of two sticks here where he pushes the glass through to mold it into the weird shape. It looks like he's got some going around that side, so he does one side first. And makes like a light shade, I guess. You can put the big bright light in, and there you go, you got a UFO light lamp. And then you can put dyes into the glass, or even on the glass. On the glass in this case. So it looks very much like that Carlos Diaz thing. We thought it was like using Chinese lanterns or Japanese lanterns, you know, paper lanterns, that sort of orange like that. And of course, once you stick a light bulb in it, at night time, it looks like a nice orange glowing UFO type thing. Quite interesting how they could do that. I never thought with glass, but I thought maybe paper lanterns would have been an easy one. So yeah, I'm not sure if they said anything about the guy there. It doesn't look like it. My magnifier was screwed up. Too small. That's it. Okay, so let's go over what's been recycled. So let's start with Secureteam, I guess. I'll just reload my magnifier software because it's not being captured properly. So what do we got? 9 hours ago. Alright, we just looked at that one. There you go, first hoax channel to use that footage of a smudge on the window. So let's just go over it backwards, I guess.
Hey, what's up guys? Tyler here with Secureteam. I wasn't planning on posting a video tonight, but I wanted to throw up this quick insomnia bite regarding another UFO.
He wanted to throw it up quick, and he's already got, what, 90,000 views. A few $100 in the pocket for it.
Clip of yet another one of these mystery objects in our skies that seem to be interacting with lightning.
Okay, so that first one is obviously a gap in the clouds, right? And you can see the cloud layer here. We know they do film some crazy shapes and triangles and squares, and you can see there's another one, and you can see one here that's starting to close over. So there's this hole in the cloud, that one. See if I can get closer to it. And does it look like a triangle now? No. But you can see the whispery clouds filling it in slowly. Well, they could say it's a triangle that's got clouds wrapping around it. But it's just a hole in the cloud, that's all, during the lightning storm.
Regarding another UFO clip of yet another one of these mystery objects in our skies that seem to be interacting with lightning storms, thunderstorms, whatever you want to call it. It would seem that these things, and I've done many videos over the years, which you're going to see in a second, these things like to interact with lightning storms, whether it's to refuel their ships, which is probably the biggest theory.
Yeah, this one here I thought maybe was a pigeon that got hit as it was sort of taken off during a lightning strike. on top of a building. But since then I changed my mind on it, and I thought, oh yeah, it's just, got to remember lightning is actually in 3D. It doesn't come down in a 2D image. And this is actually a lightning that's sort of gone down, gone right, but it's also then gone back on itself. It's sort of gone on a slight angle back that direction, and then it's gone the rest of the way down. So you've got to look at it as three-dimensionally. So it's actually light that's sort of bent around itself in microseconds here. And you probably can see that there's a slight gap, if I zoom in, where it almost looks like it's filled in triangle, but it's not. So yeah, I thought maybe a bird got roasted there. But no, it's just 3D lightning strike represented in 2D. So yeah, it's a bit hard to show that without a graphic editor. So lightning comes down three-dimensionally. So we draw it coming down. It can actually then bend this direction, then bend that direction, then come back down again. Right. And of course that's what's happened in that picture that we're seeing. And then you got the side view of it. So we rotate it around three-dimensionally. It'll look like it's coming down, going that way, and not upwards, but because of the camera of the angle, comes back down that way, then down that way. I don't know, it's a bit hard to draw it. It's the sort of thing you need to do 3D model of. So instead of lightning just coming straight down, it doesn't. It sort of bends, doesn't it? But it does, that's two-dimensional bending. But if you imagine it's now coming down, and then goes off that way, and then goes back slightly on itself, and then carries on. Yeah, because it's light expanding, so it looks like it's going upwards and getting thicker. I'm not sure if we can find any real examples, but it's probably worth a try of a lightning coming down. So this is coming down, and it's gone this direction, but it looks like it's gone up slightly, which it probably has. It's only optical illusion because it's the light expanding there, right?
There are probably sort of many other
gone that way and then carried on back down on that angle. So it looks like it forms like a triangle when it's not. Lightning strike 3D. I wonder if we got any. Where it rotates. You can see that's why they draw lightning this way. Obviously it does come and bends off different directions. I don't know if we've got any emanations. Yeah, you can see there, okay, a lightning strike. There's a lightning strike seen in stereo images, right? And you can see how it sort of looks like it's bending upwards here when it's not. It's actually just the angle that we're looking at, see? I got it zoomed in too much. There you go. Yeah, so you compare that to his image there. So can you see a triangle form? It's almost perfect for his one. See that bit there, and where's my pointer gone? That bit there looks like a triangle almost. One of those angles that we get it on. So yeah, so lightning seen in 360. And there was another one. Any of these rotating? Those ones? No. These ones? That would be a good one. Lightning strike 3D. What one that's emanated? How about that one? No. We only got one. But that one was pretty lucky to find, actually. That one? No. That one? No. That one? Nope. Doesn't seem to be rotating. How about this one? Looks like we only got one. That one's got a kink in it. That one looks like it's going upwards and down. So that one would be good to see in 3D. But that's it. We only got one. But that's okay. One was good enough. So that's what's happening here. It's just perspective thing.
However, let's go ahead and play this clip where it appears that a black triangular object appears just as the lightning flashes and lights up the screen.
Yeah, I don't know who's still with us. Maybe Dan, Jasper. Yeah, that's what I thought it was, bird, but it's not. It's 3-dimensional, as I tried to show there. So I changed my theory on that one. Lovi, some Grantos. Where are you from? Asia? That's what it sounds like it. I think mostly we got American and German here so far.
Green.
So we've analysed that one already.
A little bit slower, and then free. And so as you're seeing, there are 5 different styles of hats and
the mix. Oh, push. Get a mouse mat. Who uses mouse mats anymore? I don't. I'm on top of a bed using it just on top of the sheet. No one uses mouse mats anymore.
beanies, as well as
beanies, cups.
More hoodies, more shirts. We've got tie-dye, we've got American flag shirts, we've got everything, and it's just a secondary shop.
Shame the logo sucks though. It's not as cool as my store. Let's bring up my store. No one buys my stuff though, but it doesn't matter. I buy it for myself. So, set cookies. So yeah, this is some of my stuff. Don't be a nana. Getting shot by the laser kiwi. There's my one that I use on Twitter. Aliens, abductants, so on. They taste good deep fried. Humans. We got Secureteam's fake cube video. I want to believe, but I don't want to be suckered. Then we got Charlie Roo, our family dog. Because some of the fans love him. He is a bit of a character. I love aliens, Billy Meyer. And then we got my logo. Transparent one, where it shows the colour of the t-shirt behind more. And then we got the ones with the white backgrounds. And we got the old Pinky, which we don't use anymore, but he's still available. Does he? He's still probably better get him up and talk at the same time. Hello. Hello. 2 aliens talking at the same time now. Pretty cool, eh? Welcome to the Out There channel. It's got to use a bit more CPU processing. So that's my early version. That's the newer one. So yeah. So you can get that one. And you can also get a Black Ops one, which is really cool. And we got various versions of it. Now they all look the same here, but these ones actually got a different thing on the back, so you have to go into it. So on the back, it's on the front, it's got the dog, and on the back it's got, if you go into it deeper, shows you what's on the back. There. So you got the Pinky alien one on that one. So 2 logos for 25. In fact, I don't really charge much for the logos. And you got the Men in Black one. Went to the front on the Black Ops one. We got one that's front, so you can get it on the front and bigger. And that's only on the front. So you have to do these different variations for a front back. Was that the front one? And you got the smaller one. Like if you don't want a big huge logo, you can get the smaller one. So you have to do all these different variations. Less ink, it's cheaper, you see. So depending on your price range, I guess. And you got one that's got it on the front and back, so you got that one there. On the black background of a t-shirt. Just get that one, see if I look at it. That one's more expensive because it's also got the other logo on the back, which looks pretty cool on black. Yeah, so yeah, I think I got that on a hoodie, that one. That's this t-shirt example. But yeah, it's still cooler than Secureteam's, and we've had it for years, you know. His one was, first image was stolen, remember? At least we made our own images up here. It doesn't show the back though, does he? Oh, does he? Is that the back as well? Oh yeah, there you go. So that's with the bigger logo. And on the front. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. There you go. $40 for a hoodie though. Mind you, they're good quality. I buy my own stuff, you know, and use it for advertising. And of course I sometimes give merch away. So my helpers also got t-shirts with that sort of on. And of course you've seen Robert with it on. But yeah. So I don't go around promoting it all the time, but I'm still saying that my stuff's better than his. His is stupid, stupid alien in a circle. Kind of looks like a Darth Vader helmet, really, to me, because of the triangle behind it. But anyway, my Black Ops is way nicer.
To the main shop, Secureteam teased.
So he gets like, I think it was like $5,000 from profit from the sales from his merch store every month, according to his cousin. He told me this information.
.com, where if you would prefer to purchase something there, such as also a Secureteam button pin, you can do that as well. And there's even a special tool that when you select the item, you can actually click this little customization button and enlarge the design, add text of your own, whatever you like. So I'll put that link as well down in the video description.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was something they were going to add, was it? Where you can add your own text. I'm not sure what's, they're always changing the website. Generally, we put up, you want to add your own name to your cup, don't you? So if you've got a few printed out from the family, well, maybe you can do that now. Because he's using the same merch store as I am. Maybe that's one option I haven't included.
You're surrounded by a outline of something, at least taking the form.
No, it's not an outline. We just proved it's a three-dimensional lightning spike, and just look at the right angle. It looks like something is caught in it. So you can see the gap there as well.
And the evidence has certainly shown. However, as you zoom in and analyze what's in the distance between these lightning bolts, you'll begin to notice, one after the other, of these mysterious glowing orbs lingering very close to said lightning bolts.
So orbs could be ball lightning. There's one there. So, but if it's something being lit up, it could be something flying in the sky at the time. Like a bird that's been lit up by the lightning strike, right? And it looks like there's a black dot there too, so it's being filmed through a window, obviously. Okay. What are these guys saying? That voice sounds as thick as Trump's. Yeah, it's sort of, I don't know, sounds like a strange accent, doesn't it? But he has got a speech issue there, what do you call it? Slurs it? Stutters? It's unique anyway. That's why if you look at my leaker videos with the faked, you can tell it's his voice, right? But yeah, there are slight differences in the American accent.
Here is a piece of footage taken in yet another storm, where at first you may think this glowing object is the moon. However, it becomes quickly evident that the object is certainly within the storm.
So, it could be anything, couldn't it? So,
this is an extreme.
So what about it? It looked like it wasn't actually a perfect shape either. Could it be like a lead balloon that sort of got hit by lightning there? Kind of looks like it could be even a hole in the cloud, right? With the sun shining behind a storm system. So I don't know. It sort of goes up to it though. So that lightning seems to be attracted to it, so it's more likely to be an object that's got a certain charge on it. So what happens after that point? Could it be a weather balloon even? It's possible. So we don't see what happens after that point.
This is an extremely fascinating.
So if that was a balloon, it might get ripped to bits or catch fire, right? It might even be a lamppost there. It might be like a force perspective thing, where that's a transformer that gets hit by a lightning strike.
Clip that we featured in a video a couple of years back, where a viewer from Brazil had began recording what they inferred was a freak occurrence where this massive grouping of clouds filled with lightning virtually appeared out of nowhere. And as they continued recording, things got stranger, and that was when another one of these glowing objects appeared sitting completely static and still right outside of the storm before suddenly starting to move toward the storm clouds and then completely vanishing within.
Aquilo não é avião.
Não, é OVNIs.
Nunca foi avião. Aquilo é avião, rapaz?
É OVNIs.
Aquilo é um avião? Nunca foi. Não é?
Well, I don't think that's abnormal at all. I've seen lightning like that in Australia when I lived over there.
Lógico que avião não anda, ele não tem perna.
Ai, não voa no meio das nuvens em raio.
And it's quite amazing some of the lightning storms you see over there, which is going to be similar to here. So, yeah. Could that be planes in the sky? Obviously, it could be.
Tava subindo até agora, olha lá.
What's that there?
Tá subindo. Não tá esquisito?
Is it cursor of his mouse, maybe?
É seres de outro planeta.
Cadê? Tá bem longe. Tá subindo. Olha lá. Vai entrar na nuvem. Olha lá. Não é aquele helicóptero, não? Não.
Helicopter, they said.
E sumiu.
Olha lá. É avião, não. Sei lá, o avião não anda em nuvem.
It could have been a weather balloon, it could have been anything really. We know planes do fly into clouds with lightning. Because they're not on the ground, they're not going to get... Well, sometimes they get hit and it just goes around the craft. But, yeah, planes have been tested with lightning strikes. Again, who knows what they're looking at there. Without using the apps, right? So you got to use flight radar and all that to see what's in the sky at the time. Roll out helicopter plane. So what's this one? Some vintage footage.
Vai sair da nuvem, mãe.
Again, it could be just a weather balloon. It seems to be changing shape a wee bit, isn't it? So, because that's what happens is a lot of the weather people launch balloons to collect data, right? Because they want to study lightning storms and see if they can reduce them, or tornadoes as well, whether it forms a tornado cell.
In another clip, once again taken in Brazil, we have what by all accounts seems like a typical lightning storm. However, looks can once again be deceiving.
Okay, so we got rolling shutter there. You saw the flash causing, showing up the roller shutter. You can see the roller shutter that happened up there and there. Yeah, so that could be a bird or something, could it? Looks like a bird flying to me. The wings sticking out here. He's just taking a still of it and change the contrast. But yeah, UFO. A bird as a UFO. Pretty good. So what was in that?
And so as you've watched in this video thus far, and as you continue to do research...
Yeah, so there's a ball lightning or whatever.
On your own, it becomes...
So, is there any sizes to ball lightning? How big is that lightning strike here? So that could be like 1 foot wide ball lightning that suddenly appears. Plasma, we were talking about plasma before, where the electrons are stripped from the gas, oxygen atoms or whatever, carbon atoms, carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, what else? Water droplets can be ionized as the lightning passes through. Causes plasma that lasts for a few seconds and breaks down again. As the electrons again are absorbed from other gases. And it neutralizes and dissolves.
Becomes clear that the more and more you look, the more you will find instance after instance of these mysterious, shadowy objects, sometimes and at just the right time, witnessed flying or sitting.
Again, that looks like rolling shutter going in this direction. And that's just going to be a bird or an insect that might be close to the camera at the time when the flash happened. So the mystery is bugs and birds. And optical illusions, perspective. So none of those are alien craft. That's the whole thing. That whole video was just a waste of time. Speculation, no analysis done. It's just cobblers. And of course it was trying to sell his merchandise. So what is this one here? Is this one here? Got the Carlos. Let's have a quick look. This music's so loud to start with, isn't it? Oh. It's like the TV ads, you know how they put the music on, it's always way louder than the audio of the people talking. Okay. Of course it might be different because I've got it going through Mixer here as well as going to YouTube, so there might be different volumes as well, slightly. So
I saw this video. I actually had to search it the way that they titled it. The first video I saw about this was posted by the YouTube channel Today, as in the Today Show, where they misspelled the word report and wrote titort. Instead of the R, they put the T, and the video was left up, or has been up, as of posting this for 5 hours without them correcting the title, and you can see where I had to search for the word titort on Havana Syndrome. But nonetheless, here's a clip from Today.
A CIA official who traveled to India this month is the latest to report symptoms of Havana Syndrome. That's the mystery illness that struck dozens of people at the U.S. Embassy in Cuba several years ago. That official was traveling with CIA Director William Burns at the time. The National Academy of Sciences reported last year that the most likely cause of Havana Syndrome is microwave energy focused on a target.
So, if you've never heard of the term Havana Syndrome, that is what they have named the mysterious...
Alright, so he's repeating old stuff again. You don't know what made him sick. All these viruses now we've got. But I know they did go and test out the theory with meters and stuff and said it was higher level. So who knows? Could have been all the TV people there broadcasted to the satellite dishes above, creating a greater radio interference around the building.
Wonder if it is some new and secret form of surveillance, and some people believe it could even be all in the mind, so who or what is responsible. The piece goes on to just talk about what has occurred. People describing a sort of low humming noise, an intense pressure inside of their heads, pulses, whatever you want to call it.
So yeah, more people are more sensitive to EMF. So yeah, it's repeating old stuff. And here's onto the boom sounds, which could be mini quakes, because we're seeing it happen with volcanoes and quakes around the world again, including Australia, which doesn't normally get earthquakes.
Having a boom that occurred around 6:30 last night. Every person I talked to said it seemed like it was very close by.
But yeah, I don't know what that's got to do with UFOs, right? Fear-mongering.
Is moving very quickly under the ground, and we will get more to that here in a second about something potentially moving very quickly from across at least the North America area. So let's go to the next report.
So he's connecting to the conspiracy theory of underground tunneling. I don't think so. I think America is going to get a few earthquakes to come this year even. We'll see if it happens. There's a bigger land mass, you see, where the plate tectonics are more out the coast of California there. So we know they do get earthquakes over that side, more than the other side. But still, everything's moving still. What's that about UFO?
Lakeside, and one of our producers in Encinitas say they felt it too. On Twitter, Michelle said she's thinking it was a sonic boom, and La Playa Book says UFO or earthquake. I can't tell anymore. We were actually talking, you and I, up in our offices. I did not feel it.
I did not either. No, let us know. Tweet out.
Okay, so
explained goings on. Quote, mysterious shaking rattles San Diego County again.
yeah, it's just earthquakes. America's overdue from boring. Yeah, so I thought he was going to do the other thing. Maybe I've missed it. Maybe he deleted it. There's the one talking about the light ships, right? The glowing light ships. I thought it was on that one, but obviously it's not. Let's have a look. Maybe it's on this one. Mysterious things. So that probably covers everything.
Throwback. Hope you guys enjoy your Sunday. And if you haven't seen...
Okay. Tunnels, cracks.
Superior Auto Bodies right on the corner of Emma Street and 422, and Jared Latone says it happens on average a couple times a week.
It's kind of now just, you know, oh, there's another one. All right, it happened again.
Yeah, so that's what you get in New Zealand. You get the boom sounds of microquakes.
Banging sounds, that would...
Yeah, we get that pretty much every day, every week here in New Zealand.
More and more of these news clips, along with messages from viewers from all over the world, still asking the question, what is causing these mysterious rumbling booms that continue?
See, if you don't live with earthquakes, you never know. You know, it would be a mystery to you.
This is a new clip that actually just occurred in my home state of Ohio. And if you've been following my other videos over these past months, you'll maybe notice a pattern, because many of these mysterious booms, most of them started out in the West. We would get a lot of them in California, Arizona, Texas, Nevada. Then
earthquakes.
See these flashes of light just beforehand. But in a lot of them,
so we know that there's a charge that happens with earthquakes, and they do form these what they call earth lights. Ionizes the air above, and it creates a glow. But some of these ones that UFO channels put up are actually transformers, where the earthquake wobbles the power pole, and the lines touch, and it causes the transformers to explode. I don't know if that's one.
No flash of light, as was in this case. About this is that that is what makes these bright flashes of light that are being seen in the sky just before some of these booms, as if something is sort of coming down at a...
So I don't know, again, if it's transformer explosions. I keep on going. So he's got 2 videos up on these boom sounds. Boom, boom, booms. Underground tunnels again, yeah. Missing people. Well, it's quite easy to go missing in a forest, isn't it? If you lose your way, you lose your orientation, and if you're not prepared for a change in temperature, thinking a day hike, and you're not got water, food, clothing. And also, there's a lot of dangerous wild animals in America called bears that like to eat you. So, yeah.
Of the mysterious.
And if you go up these mountains as a tramper, you can slip off the side, all sorts of things.
Well, we were.
Okay, so yeah, I'm not too sure where the lightship one comes from then. It's not on that one either. Was it on this one? Maybe I missed it last time, maybe. Space. Elon Musk, maybe it was on the end of this one. Maybe it was just a Twitter post. Oh, maybe it's this one. What's that one?
That was his exact words when I spoke with a YouTube tech via chat, live chat in my YouTube dashboard.
What was that one? Wasn't that just the street lamps casting a lens flare off the LEDs?
And speaking to YouTube about this very issue, about why my videos are not being recommended, why my subscribers are not receiving notifications, even they looked at the stats and were like, we're totally stumped. That was his exact words when I spoke with a YouTube tech via chat, live chat in my YouTube dashboard, which everyone gets when they hit 1 million subscribers. He said, I have no idea. You should definitely be getting at least 25 to 30% notifications. You're getting 10 to 11. Makes no sense. And so, say what you will. Say I was gone for a year and people are still coming back and finding out I'm back. And that is true. That's very true. But still, factoring in everything, I should definitely be getting more views than I have recently. If you go back to just...
His is really about money, isn't it? Because, if I got that many views, I'd be quite happy. Even if people didn't buy, because I like people to actually watch my stuff and learn. Here, they're watching this and thinking, oh, that's a UFO ring in the sky. But when you see all the lights here, that's probably just the LEDs in the circle. But I know there are some casinos that actually shine up spotlights from the top of the buildings into the clouds. So I'm not too sure if that's casino light or we're seeing lens
just a week ago or more.
So yeah, blah blah blah. Okay, we've got.
Guys, I ask you if you are subscribed.
Of course, third phase of moon. Put that one up to. Looked like a balloon person. Yeah, I'm not too sure where the lights in the sky one is then, in that case. Maybe it's just on his Twitter. Maybe it's on that one. Let's just go back.
Is plain to see as you're seeing on the screen here.
Was that the one? No. It wasn't the one. I thought maybe I missed something skimming it. And it was the shadows. I might have skimmed past it, of course. But, as Scott put out something here last time. Scott, on his Twitter page. About Secureteam on the blimp here. So I'm not too sure where he had that one. I think it was Secureteam, yeah. Hoaxer Secureteam. So where's that one? I don't know. I thought we would have found it. Freshing on the moon. Was it in one of these videos I skimmed through? Let's just see if we can find it. Don't think it's important though. Excel. So yeah, according to Scott, it's just a blimp. Wherever that one is, I'm not sure. Has he got the title on it? So it looks to me like it might be on his Twitter page only, not a video. So we go to his Twitter page. That one we just looked at. So where's the blimp thing? See, this is a light bulb thing I was showing you before, with the painting and the edges on it, where they had the sort of strange shaped edges on it here. That someone was asked to make a light and shade it those strange colours. Carlos Diaz was the guy. Because we wondered whether it's a Chinese lamp made from paper, of course, and wire mesh. But I didn't realise you could make it from glass as well. So yeah, it's easy to make fakes. But where's the helicopter thing? I mean the blimp thing. Whereabouts did you have that posted? Because I must have missed it. I don't see it. Not that one. Yeah, I don't see the blimp thing. So where did he put it up? Maybe he deleted it again. But anyway, it doesn't matter. As long as you know what it is when you see it. It's like an old blimp from the 1970s. That had lights all on the outside, and when they're all lit up it looks like that. That's why they got the orange colour. And loads of bulbs on the skin. And of course, there's the other one we just looked at. And all the other ones on his page that we've looked at previously. So, we won't worry about that. It's all covered now. And probably all the time we got we're up to 4.5 hours again, but I know the truckies out there like listening to this stuff and they want longer ones. But I gotta sort of go to toilets as well, so maybe the rest of these guys will get looked at another day. Third phase, let's just have a quick skim before we wrap up. Else we get further and further behind. So what have we got up here? Buckle up. Mind-blowing UFO footage. So let's have a look.
Let's just go down the rabbit hole here for a second. Let's just assume this is some sort of adversarial technology.
Stupid. So fun. Stupid.
Latest UFO information. So take a look at this one coming in right now.
I'll just turn them down a bit. We might have to go over it another day. Blinking thing in the sky, LED balloon, that's got a malfunction. It could be some fireworks, couldn't it, going off? Fireworks, military exercises. LED kite, maybe, even.
Consegue filmar tanto tempo. Isso aqui filma horas. Não, já tá aí uns 10 minutos.
Don't think it's Chinese lantern.
Mas aí não dá pra ver quando cai embaixo, né? Dá?
Alright, so they're going to zoom in and
So we're
analyze it
getting
for
a-
us.
What's your thoughts? Yeah, I was blown away by that move right there. Did he see it? It just darted with extreme speeds. I've never seen anything like it on video. We've seen this in person, Blake and I, on the North Shore of Oahu when we're 10 years old, of this bright light that could move at the speed of light, as you could say. This thing was moving too fast to be conventional. What is this thing? Look at the immensity of light that's pulsating from this thing. Is it trying to give us some sort of message? We're just letting it roll raw, looking at it a second time, enhanced a bit. We blew it up so we could get a better close look. You can see some kind of like red light indicating at the end of the blink, almost in a high density of a light, but it's cool because it seems like it's zooming away real fast.
I'm not impressed with that at all. But could be anything, couldn't it?
Mas aí não dá pra ver quando cai embaixo.
Even looks like lightning flashes
created a
from
reaction.
there.
Okay. I can't see it through the viewfinder. Oh, wait, yeah. We see the contrail there. Another one below it.
So we'll leave that for next time to go over. See what else comes out with them. So we'll just wrap it up there, guys, and I'll say good night now. And I need to dash to the toilet. That's the main reason. But yeah, there's not much there really. Just use little far away images, obviously. So yeah, I'll say good night for now, and we'll carry on another day. And next video will be with Robert, I think. Not too sure if he's confirmed if he's going to do Sunday. Instrument.